it is time. The last best of 7 for today, and it is none other than Beasty versus MarineLorD, the last elimination game, or rather elimination set here of the day. And we're going to be watching the live draft right as it unfolds here.
Yeah, another best of 7, and the excitement is all here. These players, they're not always used to being in the losers bracket and fighting for their spot back to the top, but this will be a big one. We've seen a lot of kind of the same generic bans across the day so far, so we'll see if that continues on here or if they try to snipe out some different civs over here.
Yeah, looking at the overall win rate, Beasty definitely one of the players with by far the highest win rate up against MarineLorD in both series and game count. Recently, yeah, it's been pretty even. EGC Masters Winter, 5-2 victory for Beasty. Elite Classic was a little bit of a stomp the other way around, and then Master of Steel, MarineLorD did manage to win that one. Very close games there, though, I want to say.
Yeah, I mean, this is one of those where I always say, like, this even though it's a 4-0 or a 4-1 or a 5-2, it doesn't always tell the full story, because there's so many times these games it can just be a split-second difference call that makes the win or lose, you know, on one side or the other. So it's one that, you know, these series can always go one way or the other, especially when we're this far along in the tournament. There's so many nerves on the line. This is a big set and series we have in front of us.
Unfortunately, went out of that scene too early for me to say that the size of the players is actually to scale from the images there, but yeah. Alright, looks like the map draft is about to begin, so we'll soon be seeing what maps exactly are getting picked here. I do potentially, well, personally, I do hope that we'll be seeing King of the Hill, one of my favorite maps, of course, to come in here as well.
I feel like it's always a fan favorite as well. It's always an excitement to watch it. And here we can see the overall expectation for next week. You know, we got Vortex versus Puppy Paw. The loser there plays the winner of the series we're casting here in front of us in the lower bracket final. And then the grand finals is a best of 9. So a huge best of 9. And that's really where things are going to go down with so many different civ options, so many different maps here in front of us. You really have to be great across the board, as we know all these players are.
Yeah, exactly. First couple of maps now coming in. Golden Heights and Colores, already 2 hybrid maps that are coming in, as we are also getting treated to a little Naja cam there as well.
It's his butt scratch, so, you know, maybe I okay, here we go.
Dude, Huskies look so cool.
He's like, yeah, y'all are all watching me. Maybe he'll keep down for the last series. We'll see.
All right, other map slots now also populating. We're getting Gorge, Coastal Cliffs, Lipany, Dry Arabia, Frisian Marshes, no King of the Hill. Ah, unfortunate.
For
what reason? Such a great map. Dry Arabia, yeah, it's the good old classic. So now that we know the maps, it is time for players to choose the civilizations, of course starting off with the double ban on both sides. Wait, are we getting robot sounds?
That's what they're... I don't know what's going on. I have fiber internet, unlike the Vodafone over there, yet my internet's the one messing up.
You know, sometimes Vodafone does come in clutch. It handles fine with, like, streaming video, but whenever I get to gaming, it's like, nah, you're getting disconnected right now.
Yeah, I mean, that is one where fortunately I usually don't encounter that. Other than, I will say, my internet before this did have a bit more problems like that, but maybe I'll need to check into this. And we actually do see a few different bans than what we've seen here in the previous series. So Japan not allowed on either side. House of Lancaster not allowed on either side, and then we have Ottomans and Sengoku banned.
Yeah, and for first picks, Beasty gonna be picking the Byzantines here, MarineLorD with the Chinese. So an early prior pick here for the Chinese. Beasty also picking up the Malians, so some very good civilizations being picked here early on. And Ayubit's also just one of those top tier civilizations getting picked up early on here as well.
Yeah, we saw MarineLorD ban it out in every game that Anatan picked it, so obviously it was a higher priority for him. He also snagged the Chinese variant of Zushi, so he will have both of those options. And Beasty with the Mali, a map we see a lot of times on coastal cliffs. Let's see what other updates we got
for them. Ayubits and Shushi. What other options? Okay, Beasty with an early French pick. That's interesting. I feel like typically there's still like a lot of other civilizations that you can pick before French. Delhi, for example, coming to mind here, is getting picked up as well. MarineLorD still has the Ottomans open for him.
Yeah, and that's one where MarineLorD doesn't need to prioritize that since it's banned on the other side, so he can prioritize some of the other civilizations first. Same thing with Sengoku for Beasty. And so that is one too. Where Beasty, I feel like picking French too. It's also somewhat of a counter pick, as I feel like it's like MarineLorD's bread and butter civ that he loves to play, loves to pick. So he is making sure that MarineLorD doesn't have that option.
Now we're getting the Tukhlaq dynasty and for MarineLorD as well. A civilization that, when it gets picked, it looks good for the first 5 minutes and then falls off dramatically. At least so far, that's been kind of like the theme that we've been seeing here. And then the Mongols. Okay, a solid pick for Golden Heights.
See what the other follow-ups are from Beasty. Obviously, still plenty of
Could be seeing
options.
Macedonians. Yeah, we could be seeing Macedonians coming in as well. An option for him. I don't think we're going to be seeing Golden Horde. Like, I think at this point, like, players, at least these two have probably, like, made their peace with the civilization. Rus coming in super late, I want to say.
And HRE to follow. We saw MarineLorD play English on Frisian marshes, so let's see if he maybe, wants to snag some English again, even though I feel like I don't usually see him prioritize English too highly.
We don't have Kawasan, but I think like Order of the Dragon could probably still make its way in.
And there's the
Is
order.
Order of the Dragon. And are we gonna get English? Or is it gonna be like JD? Just to, like, have the pseudo-French civilization in there as well. Yep.
There it is,
coming
JD.
in. Now Beasty on the other side. Is he gonna pick English? Nah, English doesn't make... I don't think Beasty's an English-type player.
Macedonian.
Maybe something more aggressive.
Abbasid.
Yeah, Macedon. I think Abbasid is something that MarineLorD would take. Like,
did see
last pick
Beasty pick
Abbasid and Ottomans.
Yeah, we did see him pick it last series, but it could have been just to make sure it didn't go into the hands of Wham. There's the Macedonians.
And English. Okay, Beasty sniping the English away. So MarineLorD most likely Abba and Ottomans as last picks. Followed by Sengoku for Beasty. That would be my guess here. And the question is what they're going to be picking on Dry Arabia. So obviously, like, you want to be starting off strong. There's not going to be a redraft, so it's not like you can get stronger civilizations again later on. We do have the sniping draft here, so maybe MarineLorD would want to immediately like open up with like China Ayubit.
Yeah, definitely start on a very, very strong note. We've seen Byzantines, Sengoku prioritized for Gorge, so I feel like Beasty would be saving those for Gorge. You know, there's still a few different options over there. Do you feel like either of these sides like won the draft, quote unquote, or do you think it's you know, somewhat even overall?
Personally, I do prefer MarineLorD's draft overall, but there are some exceptions. Namely, I think like Macedonians can be incredibly scary around the Radari. Like you can get some very scary, not just around the Radari, but like the Men-at-Arms or rather Varangian Guards in Feudal Age as well. There are some matchups where if you don't get a Castle Age, like a fast Castle Age, against the Macedonians, you're just dead. Just straight up dead. Because the amount of armor upgrades that you can get in Feudal Age on them, 6 melee armor, 4 ranged armor on Feudal Age Men-at-Arms, it's pretty difficult for some civilizations to deal with. Like if you're playing as like a civilization that doesn't have Feudal Age knights, you're out of luck. You don't get to deal effectively with those units.
That is true. If you just have the incorrect pick there, you just you don't have the greatest answer over there. So we'll see about if that comes into fruition here in the near future. I'm sure we'll be getting these picks for Dry Arabia updated any second here now. Or minute, I guess I should say. A lot of thought process goes into these drafts with these players. I always remember, you know, when we were at the LAN over there in Denver, you know, you see people writing in their notebooks, people planning, and a lot of times, like I remember watching Wham talk about a draft beforehand, and he literally, it was like the exact picks on both sides that he had kind of planned out and assumed how it was going to go. And you know, that's one where these players are always trying to kind of get any sort of leg up on an opponent, and there really is an art to the draft.
Definitely is. And then there's me where if I like think too much about a draft, I just get annoyed and I'll just start spamming the random button.
All right. Well, we got China as one pick for MarineLorD. Let's see if it is going to be the China Ayubid like you had mentioned here earlier on.
China's coming in, yeah.
Maybe so. Could be also China Zushi, you know, make sure you're guaranteed getting one of your Chinese variants.
Mm-hmm. I think Ayubits is also like a very solid choice there on Dry Arabia. Sure, it's probably going to be kept for Coastal Cliffs, but just having them as an option, like, they play so well into units or civilizations that rely a lot on infrastructure. Like Malians, for example. Honestly, I didn't expect the early Delhi pick here. I would have said, okay, Byzantines should be like very high prior in general. But that's up for the Delhi and the Malians. So if MarineLorD goes for Ayubids and China, like, Delhi's a quite defined matchup, I want to say, up against Ayubids.
Oh, and it's JD. Okay. So I'm assuming Beasty's probably going to snipe good old China. And we'll see MarineLorD as the first pick, JD. That's just my guess over here.
I think you just ban out Malians. Yeah, like snipe Malians, and MarineLorD should be fine with like either of these civilizations up against the Delhi. But he would probably not be as fine with JD up against Malians.
See the overlay updated in just a second. See if we're correct with our assumptions here. And then it'll be waiting on these players to get into game, get it all loaded up, and then we'll have our good old 4 or 5 minute wait time to, you know, observer delay, make sure nothing fishy goes on, you know?
Exactly. And it is going to be the Malian snipe here. So it is going to be Delhi versus China. Interesting that JD is getting sniped here. I think Beasty was hoping for a Delhi snipe on his side, and then, like, Mali... Actually, it just doesn't make sense. Why would you snipe JD there?
I
was rationalizing it.
I maybe he's just like, I want to get China out of the way, you know, not have it as an option on some of the future maps. You know, maybe thinks that either, so the thing is like, Is the first Civ revealed when Beasty's picking his two Civs? Because if so, he kind of can pick a matchup that's either one's good against China, and then he knows that, okay, this is what he's planned for, this is what he's thinking about over here.
I'm not 100% sure if the first Civ gets revealed. Can we get a confirmation from production on that? Does the first Civ get revealed?
Okay,
It's blind reveal, and then snipe. Yeah, so players don't see before the snipes come in.
Oh, then there you go. Well, I guess, he's just feeling that, both of these Civs have a decent matchup against China, and maybe he feels that, that's, again, a better matchup than a lot of some of the ones that he could get in the later maps, later series. And, you always do want to start out first game of a series on a high note, and especially if you're taking down the first pick Civ of your opponent. That feels great, but at the same time, if you lose to the highest prio Civ that your opponent has, you're also not feeling the worst. You're like, hey, at least I got that one out of the way.
I guess it also makes sense to ban JD, because if you're ultimately going to be playing as Delhi, JD is pretty good up against Delhi.
Right.
So we're going to be seeing China versus Delhi. This is a matchup that has evolved quite a bit in the past, I want to say. It used to be that China was absolutely dunking on Delhi pretty much every single time. But nowadays it's, I want to say, a lot more even between the two. Ever since the introduction of the Ghazi Raider, no longer do the Delhi have normal horsemen, they now have Ghazi Raiders. A lot of buffs came for the Dome of Faith as well.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like you mentioned China dunking on Delhi. I feel like there was a point where China was just dunking on everyone. It was the permaban Civ that, if you let your opponent have China, you signed yourself up for a loss automatically.
Yeah, there's been a whole lot of back and forth between the two. But yeah, China definitely, it had its hero arc, and it still does have its hero arc for the most time. It's kind of how do I say? At the moment, I feel like it's very volatile and very much reliant on pro scouting. Because both China and Shushi, they have the issue that once they go for a farm transition, that's the most vulnerable they get, and typically that's when they die.
Yeah, and I mean, if you can avoid farm transitions with any Civ, like we saw Beasty with Zushi earlier, where he was taking berries across the whole entire map. So if you're able to avoid that farm transition and your opponent is forced into, conservative food and having to make that, you give yourself the ability to use your resources for more military, for more advantage over there. So really, that's one of the things we'll be watching on. Although, there was a point where Beasty had 0 on food with Delhi, and then all of a sudden he had 30 plus farms out of nowhere. So, if this does get to late game Imperial, we've seen how Beasty plays and the frustration at hand there, but China does have a few more things to deal with, I would say, the Imperial age Delhi.
Little correction on the draft. So the first civilization pick actually does get revealed.
Okay, so then it kind of is what I mentioned then, where Beasty sees China, he goes, okay, let me pick 2 Civs that are good against China. My mindset is
all
I'm
Civs are revealed.
Okay, yeah, and so at that point, he plans to play
Only
against
the
China
snipe is not
and
revealed.
has the idea, and then snipes out the other Civ no matter what kind of thing.
Yeah. So it's first player pick, then second player double picks, then first player picks again, and then snipe.
Yeah. Okay.
In parallel.
Makes plenty of sense then.
Right.
I feel like that's one where we've seen these tournament setups and these drafts and these picks change so often. I kind of like the idea here because you really, I feel like at times, if sometimes you just get unlucky with a matchup and unlucky with what goes on, but this one you can actually game plan a lot more, and you can really think about the draft going forward a little bit more with the snipe meta action.
Yeah. Oh man, we're getting to that point of the day. It's 10 p.m. It's that point of the day where you're suddenly getting really sad when you look at your like calorie tracker app and you see, okay, I don't have any calories left over for the day. You start remembering that McDonald's just came out with a new cheese McNugget type thing, where it's like pasta inside of it, or like egg noodles. I don't know the exact
They
name
don't
for
have
it.
that in the
It's
US.
it's a German only thing. It's a German only thing. It has like, I think, onions in there as well.
Yeah. Meanwhile, didn't have breakfast, so that last that last break we had, I just shoveled food down my mouth. Ate as much as I could, but you know, now a little bit more energized with some more food in the belly over here. But McDonald's is not something that I will be opting.
It's always the temptation, man. I got like McDonald's right next to my workplace, so it's whenever like the coworkers go there, I'm like, nah, I'm walking to Lidl. I need the steps.
That's I was walking over to Starbucks to get espresso quite often, but now it's a little too cold, so I don't walk over there anymore. But anyways,
All
50
right.
seconds away from this
Getting
first
there.
game of this best of 7 series, and you know, both of these players want this one. MarineLorD did not get his revenge game against Wham, but I'm sure he's, you know, not complaining about this one, and you know, getting a matchup against Beasty. We saw the series percentage, like kind of win rate that he had, so he does have a great opportunity to you know, continue his win streak over here.
Yeah. All right. Don't forget, it is now the point it's now the time for you guys to put your points on who think is going to win this. The gamma is about to close. You got 1 minute left as we're about to hop into our game number 1 on who you think is going to win between Beasty and MarineLorD. At the moment, 66% betting on MarineLorD.
Okay, 66% betting, and game number 1 beginning. Beasty on the Delhi Sultanate and MarineLorD on China on Dry Arabia, everyone's favorite map.
Indeed, and we're just jumping in right away. Of course, no early Imperial official. That kind of ship just has sailed at this point in time. Like, I don't really see players go for that anymore unless they were opting for a fast Song Dynasty. That's also something that's just, you know, not coming in with the just prevalence of the Pro Scout meta. That's still ongoing at the moment.
Yeah, I mean, it's one that it's crazy how quick the age up comes through for China, and then all of a sudden they're up for eco because of all the Imperial officials that they make not from their town center. So I feel like, you know, the reason for the adaptation was super crucial and super key. No wheelbarrow queued up here from Beasty so far. A little bit later here. Usually it's, you know, clicked right after the mill.
Yeah, typically that's like the one upgrade that you do want to immediately click upon getting that mill up. But it's not the biggest deal at the end of the day. We'll probably just click it in just a short moment.
Yeah, surely he'll realize here soon.
I mean, sometimes you like get wheelbarrow 20 minutes into the game, right? Like,
I mean, I still remember multiple times Puppy Paw just like forgetting all upgrades as the deli. So, you know, there's been a lot worse things that can happen here. At least he's getting efficient production in.
that's probably the most important one, right? Like just getting the upgrade in for the military production. Right now, players also just busy sheep scouting, right? Like you do want to at least get a certain amount of sheep. By the way, speaking of sheep, let's take a look at that sheep scouting at the moment. 6 sheep.
Dead
Following
even
Beasty
so
Scout,
far.
6 sheep following MarineLorD Scout. Yep. Pretty even. Still a couple left on the map. Looks like the sheep have just been dropped off, and the age up is coming in. Imperial Academy, 5 villagers work on that. It's going to be coming in at lightning speed as well, as is typical for the Chinese. Now Dome of Faith on the side of the Delhi Sultanate. No surprises here. We're just going to ignore that mill for now.
Yeah, it's so easy once you make like a realization like that someone forgets wheelbarrows to just continue to harp on it, but it is it's one that, you know, I'm sure all of a sudden we'll see it queued up. It won't be too big of a deal, especially once feudal age happens. Then it's like, you know, he's going to click all the upgrades and all the eco buildings too. You know, I don't know. He's probably changed his hotkeys, but I think it's like F2 is usually economic, and then you just tab through and click all the upgrades on the deli. So I'm sure he'll make that realization then.
Yeah, it's going to be an unfortunate realization, but something that the deli can do is just drop down a second mill and research Kimbo style of 2 buildings at the same time. Officials now coming in for MarineLorD is going to be able to start supervising. We'll most likely be seeing a Pro Scout play from him.
Yeah, the Pro Scout meta, a lot of civs have kind of gotten away from it, but China is not one of them, especially with that initial mill that just gathers all of those taxes. It makes it so easy for that Imperial official to just sit there and not have to worry for an extended period of time.
So the last couple remaining straggler sheep getting picked up on the map. Both players still pretty close overall when it comes to the sheep count. It's kind of difficult to judge, as MarineLorD has probably already been
there's Wheelbarrow.
Gathering from the sheep. Yeah, Wheelbarrow now coming up with the age up. All upgrades are getting clicked there.
As expected there. Not too big of a deal. You know, yeah, a few minutes without Wheelbarrow. Like you said, there's been plenty of times where players don't get it till 20 plus minutes, and it could be a lot worse.
There's the stable also coming up. So Ghazi Raiders will soon be coming up here on the map just to try and harass the Chinese economy a little bit.
Yeah, and if you look at the deer locations for MarineLorD, they're both pretty solid for himself. You know, there's not one that's like all the way on the opposite side corner, so he should be able to efficiently gather these up very kind of close to the TC. Question is how many scouts will he make?
Actually, he's also getting some horsemen in as well. Guessing, typically 4 makes the most sense because you'll need 2 trips. Or, that's like the most efficient one when you're at 4 scouts. Needing 2 trips for a deer camp. Anything over that just becomes a little bit too much, or rather doesn't really improve it that much.
Beasty going to kill out some of those deer. Horseman deters the initial scout from Beasty away, but once the Ghazi arrives, yeah, Horseman's got to turn and tuck tail and head on home.
I need just a couple more horsemen there, and the issue is, of course, that in these engagements, because horsemen, they don't really do that much damage. The Ghazi Raiders there's so much opportunity to just pull weak Ghazi Raiders back to heal them back up with the scholars, so that's why we are going to be seeing a switch up into Spearmen now instead.
Yep. Few horsemen, and now he can actually go be annoying, go do some raiding with the horsemen, let the spears be the escort here for the scouts, if he so desires.
A little back and forth. Scouts taking the front line. Has to drop the deer. Is he going to make it out alive? Oh, looks like he's going to go down. More spearmen coming in. Barely
next
keeps the
couple
scout alive.
arrive at the perfect time. Now he goes back for the deer yet again. The horseman was doing attempted raiding, but Beasty just pulled some scholars, healed up the villagers, didn't have to think twice about it.
Terry just keeps getting massed up. Actually, Beasty stopped a little bit with the Ghazi production. Is he maybe considering switching into an archer follow-up now as well? We do see a barracks coming up.
Spear follow-up, or maybe it's just the spears to make sure he has a defense for the attempted horseman raids that we've been seeing. But this really does allow MarineLorD to secure up the first deer pack fully, and should be able to move over to the second one with a good ease to it over here. Another scout almost goes down, but barely gets on away again.
Yeah, barely able to stay alive. Spearman coming around the wood line there.
And first sacred site
start being captured up.
Yeah, he's doing the move out again where all 3 sacred sites being secured. Sometimes you'll think this is a bit greedy. You know, it's one that look at it how you will type of thing. It's as long as you can get one or two, you're at least getting that going for yourselves. But sometimes spreading out to all three does spread yourself a little thin.
Oh, I was so close. The sacred side almost has been captured up. The other side again. And again! Once again, like Beasty, was a similar situation in the WAM game. Tries to go for all three sacred sites at the same time and just barely unable to capture any of them.
Yeah, and again, just spreading yourself a little thin. Scholar will go down. Yes, will go down on that eastern side. Ghazi were there to try to help. Scholar on the west side getting pretty low. Horseman doesn't do a ton of damage, but it looks like it's going to be doing enough.
Some heavy losses there on the Scholar count for Beasty. Is recommitting to the middle sacred site now. And the Archer's a little bit out of position. MarineLorD has to body block with the Horseman, but still loses the Archer. Another one going down. Okay, these are big losses for MarineLorD now.
Yeah, as we see, you know, a couple of the Scholars get picked off. Now we see a couple Archers in return. Ghazi does fall to some spears. And again, Sacred Site can't get captured yet. Oh, scouts are going to run towards the spears. They'll be okay.
So we're just running after those Ghazi Raiders.
And now MarineLorD going ahead and getting some upgrades in of his own.
Beasty at the moment just giving MarineLorD a little bit of a run around. Now also adding in Archers behind all of this, so getting his tri-composition going as well.
I mean, the Chinese economy is so crazy, though. He's sitting there matching all the sacred sites of the Delhi Sultan, matching the military numbers, and he's about to freaking click up to Castle Age. This is just a showing of how the Chinese can work well.
Yeah, it is absurd. Just the synergy with the Pro Scout as well. Being able to supervise every single deer right next to your mill. Giving you so much economy in Imperial Palace now coming in. Age Up is coming in 10 minutes into the game after getting 30 plus military units out on the field.
Yep, there's a double stables drop as well to follow, so he's going to have 3 stables for triple Lancer production.
Means that he won't have to use any of his Imperial officials for the military production buildings, can just keep them on the economy the entire time.
And now Beasty, and this is such a bad timing to have to move out on the deer right as when your opponent is going to start producing Lancers and sending them across to definitely do some raiding.
Yeah, the Age Up has now come in, and there's already like a significant army from MarineLorD marching across the map. Starting off, we are getting that veterancy upgrade on the Spearman. Knights in queue as well. Ghazi Raid from Beasty are still looking for potential villager kills around the base from MarineLorD.
Yeah, he's done a great job circling. Might be able to idle out some of the gold vills, but the big problem there is that China doesn't really even need to be on the gold that much with how much tax income can come through from Imperial officials. Ghazi's looking to dive, actually, potentially get onto the deer villagers. There are some extra villagers there, no houses for them, and in and out. Wasn't too big of a deal. I think 1 villager went down.
No villager actually went down at all there. That looks like MarineLorD was able to somehow snipe a villager. Didn't notice when that happened.
Oh, he actually had 40 seconds of TC idle time is what it was.
Oh, yeah. That can definitely hurt.
Oh,
And this Beasty also getting ready for his own Age Up, but the timing is rough behind this.
Yeah, the problem there is his army that moves into Castle takes so much longer to get upgrades through. We already see MarineLorD moving out for relics with the map control he has as well.
Yeah, and MarineLorD already double monks out on the map, picking up the relics. So it's not going to be too many remaining for once Beasty gets the Age Up in. House of Learning, 14 villagers on that.
And He's just now starting. 36 seconds. This timing is so crucial for him. MarineLorD 5 Lancers with his mass. Has upgrades through as well. He's still just waiting though.
Waiting for a potential signal for the age up from Beasty maybe before he takes the fight.
Yeah, I mean, once he hears the age up finish, he's got to go, right?
He sees the scholars move out. This should give him the signal. And the age up has now been confirmed. No elephant in queue yet. But MarineLorD isn't going for the push and instead just hanging around.
Look at how many villagers just moved to the back berries. That's crazy right now, but you have to be greedy. You have to do this at this point as Delhi. If you're not on, you know, those outside food resources, you're not going to be on gathering much up. I think MarineLorD might split off a few Lancers to go that way, it looks like. Uh-oh.
Oh, this is going to be devastating.
Scout is there with him. Oh, that's so much of the economy idle, too. Even if he doesn't get
any
kills.
villager killed yet. Gets one. Villager's actually moving back to the berries. That is super dangerous. Rest of the army is now moving forward as well. Nope, actually moving back.
He's just being so careful. He's playing the slow game, grabbing the relics, you know, playing that longer game over here.
Yeah, and speaking of relics, he's about to be getting a 4-to-1 relic split. Barbican of the Sun now also coming up next to the boar, so further securing even more resources out on the map.
He's been stealing the deer from Beasty's side, and I mean, yeah, he's not getting the full deer food resource there, but more importantly, it denies a valuable food resource for Beasty. Once Beasty runs out of those back berries, where's he gonna go? The deer pack he was on beforehand, the berries on the front side, there's just not much for him here.
Looks like Beasty is able to at least kill a couple of these scouts now, but yeah, like the deer are all spread across now, so it's very difficult to gather them if you're Beasty now. Third relic has been brought back.
Oh no! Oh no!
How quickly is Beasty gonna react to this?
Quick reaction.
Definitely a necessary one. Villagers making their way through, only loses one.
These slow pokes, these slow prods, but it just all still adds up to this economic difference. Some of the techs are starting to come through. Oh, MarineLorD loses a Lancer. Takes a good amount of damage on the other two, so good pick up there by Beasty. Caught MarineLorD a little bit distracted.
Very nice pickups. First elephant is now out on the field as well. Ghazi Raider might also be in position for a raid. Looks like MarineLorD reacts to it though, pulls the villager and the Imperial official aside. A little defensive Wallow coming as well.
Forces him back towards his army too. Beasty, he's walling in his base now.
He had a lot of resources in the bank. He could have gone for Yuan Dynasty, instead decides to double down into more Lancers. With the amount of relics that MarineLorD has, Yuan would definitely be a viable play for him, just to be able to get the pagodas in. It's a lot of passive resource that you get from them. It just also sets you up for the long game quite nicely. Beasty now decided to fully wall himself in. We are getting the pseudo wham walls in.
Yeah, MarineLorD going for his own walls, but has to use villagers to do so. Military numbers actually starting to get a lot more even than what they once were, but again, MarineLorD, he's over there in Song Dynasty, so slowly we'll be eking out a villager lead. Barbican of the Sun getting a spring on emplacement. Jump inside?
Villagers, yep, do jump inside. Just left it up to the very last second.
Yeah, getting as much food as he can, idling out as little as possible. One Ghazi will fall. Nothing too crazy, maybe even a second. Yep.
Yeah, gets the second one as well. Good value. Makes the idle time on the villagers much more worthwhile. So at the moment, both players just like judging from the situation standpoint that they don't need to really make anything happen at the moment.
I think this is the
Which
the
I
big,
think for both players is fair, right? Like,
yeah, the big problem here though is what I was talking about earlier. Is Beasty's on that last bit of deer, so he is literally going to have 0 food income after he finishes up the deer that he's on, and then it's where do you go? The berries in front of your base, in front of the walls you just built, or is it a farm transition? We talked about how devastating a farm transition actually is for you.
thing for Beasty is that he gets a lot of free upgrades, and he's got 15 scholars garrisoned at the moment. It's already quite a few. Macerators aren't finding the most damage, actually getting picked off behind this, but this just buys Beasty time for more keeps inside of space. To the point where we could actually see him go for an Imperial Age follow-up fairly soon.
And that kind of looks like that's what he's doing as far as his resources in the bank. But look at the military numbers now. It's MarineLorD's just climbing and climbing. Food per minute sky high. Is he gonna just be buying the gold? Or not buying the gold, buying the food? Beasty is? He's gotta be.
And needs food somehow.
300 food per minute.
Yeah, at the moment he just doesn't have food, as you mentioned. Probably need the first couple of farms soon. We are getting the upgrade on keeps now to be able to be drop-off points as well.
Oh,
Oh,
he
moves down to another
he
berry spot.
desperately needs that berry.
Gets to keep up just in time. That's going to be the food that he needs for the age up.
It does look like both of these players are just going to be going up to Imperial Age.
Yeah, MarineLorD though, not from a position of strength. Typically you only want to go up to Imperial Age as a Chinese when you have your farming economy set up, when you do have your granaries. Without them, it just doesn't really feel that strong. Like, you don't get any special units outside of like longer range hand cannoneers.
Does look like he is going to go for the 3rd sacred site, but Beasty had a few Gazis there ready to raid, ready to kill that. And there's the granary start.
Stonewall already placed for the Great Wall
I wonder what that's going to be.
That's just a...
It's just a stone wall,
an
nothing
art
to see here.
piece. Yeah, it's a statement. Now Beasty's going to be the first one. Palace of the Sultan is coming in for him. Now MarineLorD with the Great Wall Gatehouse follow-up as well.
Here we go. It's kind of been this stall out. These, you know, it felt like MarineLorD had a huge advantage at one point and then just didn't press it at all. Now he's just playing nice and chill, waiting, and will be ready in a bit.
The eco efficiency has taken a pretty big drop for both players here behind this.
Yeah, I mean, with 20 villagers building it, I guess that makes a little bit of sense there, but I'm confused how Beasty has 1.5k food per minute with 9 vills on food.
Well, he just pulled a lot of the villagers from the berries back. Like, he had like 30 villagers in the berries just vacuuming up the food. It's gonna drop significantly in a little bit.
Okay,
Now
yeah,
with the age up, he's
dropping
gonna be
now.
getting a ton of resources in terms of just upgrades worth of resources, because he's got 24 scholars, 17 garrisoned at the moment. I think maybe MarineLorD might have just given Beasty too much time. Like, the Delhi and late game are just... They're something.
I feel like I feel like there was a point where he had everything he wanted to do. He just didn't ever pull the trigger. And Beasty's starting to spread out. He's still over here in his little corner, playing like the English almost. Is catching up on the villager count because of the village fortress. He's basically got 3, 4, 5 TCs. I don't know how many keeps he actually has. I know at least 2 though.
guess in the late game, like, China can still play around with the mass hand cannoneers, right? Like with serpentine powder and whatnot. It's so difficult to maintain mass at that point.
Yeah, he still does have this timing though, where all those free resources for Beasty, it's still going to be a couple minutes for a lot of it to come through. He's going ahead and getting a bombard out now. More farm transitions coming in for Beasty, so Beasty's really not producing a ton of military. He's got the free elephants that come through, and he's actually going with mangonels.
His farm placement's triggering, having the additional just pile between.
Ooh,
nice, finding some villagers.
He says, I know where Beasty's going to be on the deli. He likes to vacuum up all the stone on the map, so let me go hit a stone. Couple spears, some elephants, some crossbows ready and waiting to deter those lancers on the way. Ghazi's did break through, so we're seeing the stall out come through, but MarineLorD quick builds some walls, it looks like, in front of his granaries.
Yeah, but the villagers are on the wrong sides on those walls, so Ghazi Raiders might be able to pick up a couple of kills there. Actually, the wall wasn't quite finished.
He does have a Great Wall Gatehouse.
Gonna have to fall back to it though, and the Great Wall Gatehouse has been nerfed significantly. Look at these, well, Nest of Beasts not actually doing that much damage. Like, Ghazi Raiders, they can split off and still get significant idle time here. Yeah, this landmark was neutered, man.
Those Ghazis are still, like you said, getting significant idle time. Actually find some gold villagers as well. A lot of the Ghazis should be one, maybe two Nest of Bees shots away from finishing. A spear actually comes and helps push the rest of those away. MarineLorD hadn't yet rebuilt the wall, but does now have a second TC that he drops.
And still being in Song Dynasty means that he does have the additional villager creation speed. Takes down the first keep in front of BC's base now as well.
And the big importance for him here is I feel like he's pulling this trigger a little bit earlier than what we saw Wham do, and Wham was in a much more of a deficit for a good period of the game. Meanwhile, MarineLorD has had this like eco lead for a while, has the 4 relics for himself, but will he be able to do a little bit of a difference here?
The thing is, right now, Beasty has 14,000 resources less collected. But he's got like 30,000 resources and free technologies researched. So is he really behind at the moment? It's tough to say, honestly.
Villagers going to repair the keep. Beasty doesn't actually have a ton of stone left to repair, but does have 18 on stone, so should be able to get that. Oh, actually, no. Doesn't repair it in time. 3 bombards, a little bit too hard to out-repair. MarineLorD getting some more techs on in. He's just playing this slow and safe. Looks like there was a chop through that happened. A couple villagers just get shot by a cannonball.
Walls being broken open.
It's 200 versus 200. We saw this in the game from Beasty earlier with Delhi. He's got a ton of resources sitting in the bank, ready and waiting.
Still more upgrades coming in. Incendiaries in queue, biology in queue as well. 26 scholars garrisoned. Bombards are moving out. Thing is, 31 of Beasty's military is in the form of scholars. But we're quite close to his base, so reinforcements would be coming in very quickly. 7 minutes on the sacred side, so I'm kind of feeling like MarineLorD at the moment should probably just try and play around the sacred side victory condition. That's something that we did see like Wham do initially, but then kind of let off when he thought, okay, he could just kill Beasty. It ended up not working too well for him.
And speaking of, Wham does have outposts on all the sacred sites. He's dropping a keep in the central one. Spears are trying to circle around, find something to do. I think Beasty might think he's on this 8k gold over on the east side, but in reality, MarineLorD has just been chilling in his base. More than enough tax gold to sustain himself from having to go to further.
Bombards.
Hello?
Don't want to be hugging with the elephants there. 3 bombard shots, getting around 1/3 of the health of an elephant. That seems fair.
Stand ground on those spears, made it to where only the first few attacked and the others just stood and watched their brothers die. A few more outposts getting invested into now as well. And now that he is Imperial Age, those can get some cannon emplacements if he wants. More stone being gathered from Beasty, who's surprised.
Oh, landmark taken down. MarineLorD moving forward.
Second landmark.
EC probably doesn't need any more villagers though, so I don't think he really cares too much if the TC goes down. So a couple of mangonels in there. Bombards would be able to snipe those. Still
Does look like MarineLorD found stone villagers on the west.
Oh yeah. Just a couple of spearmen, so it doesn't look like a lot of villagers died to that though. Yeah, MarineLorD hasn't pulled the trigger yet on the Yuan dynasty.
We saw him doubling down though on the sacred sites, like you mentioned. He's dropping a keep on the eastern one, so he is just ready to dive all the way into playing defensive.
He's also getting ready for just mass reinforcements as he's dropping production building after production building. And his resource bank is looking healthy, to say the least.
Yeah,
I feel like we're about to be seeing a massive move out with all the scholars and his army.
Yeah, MarineLorD's making the swap into hand cannoneers. More villagers going on to stone. 30 something. Oh my
Lancers.
gosh. Oh no, he needs to just delete that wall. Oh, instead though, MarineLorD just opting to take down the archers, says I don't care about the villagers, might not even have seen the full amount of the villagers. So archers get taken down, but they're going to be replaced by elephants that are in queue for Beasty.
Yeah, and archers are very cheap at the end of the day, so it's not like he really took down big value. Looks like the villagers are moving out now. He's trying to maybe drop a keep on the sacred side.
I think he's dropping a keep on the 8K.
MarineLorD, though.
I think he's going to drop a keep on the 8K.
That's going to get seen, 100%. If not by the keep here, then at the very least by, yeah, by the Imperial Palace with the spy ability. It gets revealed.
Yeah, Beasty doesn't have any gold inside of his base, so he's actually been lacking on the gold. Villagers pull out the shivs. There's a lot more military coming though. I think that's an overcommit. Yeah, he splits off just the first spears now.
From MarineLorD as well. Lancers making their way towards the farming area. No keeps over here.
Crossbows.
Oh my god, the movement, the forced march ability. Crossbows just sprinting to the rescue. 3 minutes left.
Out for Beasty, getting repaired as well. Those villagers having to run on back away. You're at a 3-minute timer until Sacred Victory. Beasty's moving past the keep. Looks like he's ready to take this fight. Spearman moving on up. Cannons on the front side, trying to snipe down the mangonels. First mangonel down. Second mangonel about to get taken down as well. Scholars doing as much healing as they possibly can. So many scholars, so much healing.
A lot of elephants did just go down. MarineLorD, he's separating the elephants from the scholars by falling back a little bit.
Now the scholars left on the front side. Beasty, the scholars. All of the elephants are falling. Beasty has plenty of stuff that he can queue up. Plenty of resources in the bank. Bombard's still alive. MarineLorD trying to out-heal that. Big difference is we're not super close to MarineLorD's, to Beasty's base and MarineLorD's base. We're kind of fighting closer to the mid-map, so there's not this huge advantage. Hand cannoneers on the backside of MarineLorD going untouched, and the next round of spearmen arrive at the perfect timing, able to help take down the next set of elephants, able to help defend up these bombards from the Ghazis that try to circle.
Once on the front line, actually able to take up a significant amount of arrow fire. They don't take a lot of damage from them.
Now MarineLorD, his numbers are starting to fall. Are we seeing it again from Beasty?
A lot more Ghazi Raiders still coming out. Nothing still in queue. 2 minutes remaining.
31 Ghazis in queue.
Another keeps coming up in the back though. This might be charging a little bit too deep in. And this next keep, it's still gonna secure the sacred side.
Keep on the east, fine. The west side, sacred site, just has a few outposts, no keeps over there.
He's sending a lot of villagers over to the other 8k gold vein.
There's a pink dot on that already. Is that an outpost already over there on the?
I think that was, yeah, it is an outpost.
There's a cannon there ready. Beasty needs gold bad.
Just trying to stop the decap.
Stopping it for a split second here as some of the army continues to move that way. Cannon still in the center doing everything they can, but Beasty's numbers are climbing. It's all Ghazis. Not as many spearmen here up front and forward. Those cannons might get taken down here soon. One does fall. There's still 4 left on over. The Ghazi do get cleaned up on the east side. Gold has been resecured for Beasty, but now he is pushing through onto the center sacred site. Has the military numbers for right now.
And cannon numbers are falling rapidly. Spearmen approaching from the other sacred site. Still need a while though until they arrive. And still the map keeps getting flooded by the Ghazi Raiders.
MarineLorD just doesn't have the same queue, doesn't have the same food income, which is crazy thinking about, you know, triple granary resources and everything of the sort. A keep being dropped by Beasty. It's a minute till sacred site victory. Will there be enough time for MarineLorD to hold this? Ghazi's still circling, trying to get that last cannon down, but not able to do so.
Archers remaining at the moment here for Beasty, but they do have all the upgrades. And the last sacred site, the Ghazi Raiders moving over towards it. There's only outpost there. This is the weak point for MarineLorD. He doesn't have a keep on that sacred site.
He does it again. Beasty does this again. Somehow, some way. 46 seconds left. And he's able to make the push out. And it feels like he's not even using, it's not really even the elephants. It's the Ghazi Raiders. It's the range mass. It's the queue that he has continued to build up. But some spearmen arrive. Some villagers arrive.
In the nick of time.
The middle sacred site, though, it's close. It's still not there, though.
Able to keep it tapped up.
He jumps back inside. There's still more spears that need to go over to the western sacred site. We're seeing a keep battle in the center.
The villagers getting idled out.
Oh, this is going to be it. Western sacred site.
It's getting decapped. There's not enough time. And the decap comes through in the last 30 seconds. Oh my god. MarineLorD still no Yuan Dynasty, so he doesn't have Pagoda as a fallback option. Still plenty of hand cannons and spearmen. But
Beasty's bank is finally out. So it's not as easy to remass for him. Now these trades aren't going to be as efficient. He did resecure that 8k gold in the west side, your central map. The Ghazi are breaking through towards MarineLorD's base. Oh, Mangonel, hello?
Taken down.
Oh, no, it's a bombard.
Oh, might be stepping up a little bit too far. Gets a kill. The Ghazi Raider also equally find a kill.
1-for-1 trade here.
And the wood line overchop. Villagers have to move out. At the same time on the gold vein, similar situation.
Feels Seems like Beasty, he's going everywhere right now. Like I said, though, his Q's finally run out. MarineLorD, he isn't max pop, though. Beasty is. A lot of this eco starting to fall here for MarineLorD, too. Is getting idled out and needs this so bad. He needs this food income. He needs the food in the bank, but pushes forward into the center. Villagers are there trying to repair the bombard. Hand cannoneer mass is nice and healthy, and Beasty's military, it's spread throughout. It's in his base. It's trying to raid. So he's losing this central point yet again.
Loses the central sacred side. The keep there, so loses some map control. MarineLorD still unable to secure his economy. Oh my god, this is toxic. The wall, man. There's some palace guards here getting ready. He needs to pull him now in order to stop that wall from coming up in time. And now Beasty moved out to the 8k gold vein. Just this vacuuming of the resources, man. This is absolutely insane. This is just peak Delhi right now, being played by Beasty. He's played enough games against May to know how to win a late game with him.
It does look like that. That little wall attempt is being thwarted. The one more archer left inside the wall and gets taken out. So now that MarineLorD's secured up his base, he needs to move back out, needs to be able to retake some map control. Beasty still sitting at max population, not as much of a queue as what he had, not as much resources in the bank as what he had, but much better than someone sitting at 160 pop. Oh, and those villagers on the wood got spotted out.
Beasty's now at 140 villagers. Like, we're seeing peak Beasty here again with the late game. Without relics, though. That's crazy. Still eco upgrades and blacksmith upgrades missing for MarineLorD. All of these have been researched by Beasty. Once again, Ghazi Raiders are making their way into the base of MarineLorD.
What's all the wood that MarineLorD's gathering for, though? Is it more farm transition that he needs?
I think MarineLorD just realizes that at this point in the game, it's just very important to vacuum up resources off the map. Not just because you need them, but also because your opponent eventually needs them.
Spears, hand cannoneers moving forward again. Elephants are there, no scholar healing. First cannon does get taken out. Next cannon is trying to take down the keep. I don't think it'll get to the keep before it falls to the spearman mass. And Beasty, he's losing the military pop. He has too much eco, and it doesn't seem like that Q that he had is there anymore. He's distracted. He's down to 33 military. Meanwhile, MarineLorD, he's the one max pop.
Wait a second. Beasty forgot to get elite army tactics. How long is that gonna take? He lost all the scholars. It's kind of 11 minutes. It'll be 11 minutes. Okay, sure, fine. Yeah, it's gonna be a little bit.
I mean, does he really care that much? He doesn't have any infantry units. It's all range.
Yeah, he probably doesn't at the moment, but you know, it'll still be nice to have. He might eventually need spearmen.
MarineLorD's dropping more walls. Is on 2 different gold veins behind. So has resecured this eco mass that he has, is pushing forward into Beasty's base. Beasty's at 151 eco. It's too much eco. You're not going to have enough to kill these hand cannoneers.
Getting the mangonels in, though, with the adjustable crossbars. But for the defense, though.
I feel like he just takes out a mangonel with one of them. Elephants falling. Beasty, 35 military population. He is max pop right now. Delete some eco. We see 15 eco get deleted. Needs to clear up some space. There's a lot of Ghazi in queue, hand cannoneers in queue. Ghazi's trying to circle around, get on top of the siege, but the hand cannoneer mass for the Chinese is so strong, so hard to deal with.
Elephants do get taken down. Big mangonel shots, though.
Yeah, so many hand cannoneers. Oh, another huge mangonel shot.
Just takes down like 6 hand cannoneers with a single volley. You have to be so careful with the adjustable crossbars. These mangonel shots mean business.
Next two mangonels, though, they better just get the shots off now because they are both going to be falling here to this mass that's forward. Villagers on the backside gold, taken down by yet another Ghazi raid.
Beasty behind this, still 5,000 gold in the bank. Massive amount of gold. You would think that he's the one collecting taxes.
I mean, the units he's making, he's not really making gold units. It's archers and Ghazis.
Yeah, imagine if that was a Red Palace and not a Great Wall Gatehouse. Yikes.
Keep being dropped by the 8k gold. Not too many villagers building that keep, so will take a while. Pretty sure Shivs could just be pulled out to deny that keep if he wanted.
Spearman needed on the defense there. And yeah, MarineLorD has 4 relics. But Beasty has access to Ghazi Raiders, just such a effective unit in the late game.
So we've been able to see it so much. We need more stone walls from MarineLorD if that's what he wants to do to stabilize, because he cannot deal with this Ghazi raid.
Keep is coming up, but not too many villagers.
Two spears should deny this, especially considering the Bills are at under half health. Second spear doesn't know what he's doing. And BC says, I'm just going to get as much gold as I can from this. But once China runs out of gold, they really lose a lot of their, beneficial things. They need gold bad. Will we see trade try to start for MarineLorD, or will he just commit to a cheaper army composition?
I'm still surprised that we haven't been seeing Yuan Dynasty yet from MarineLorD. Like, 3 pagodas would have been incredibly potent throughout this game. You would have been able to get so many resources in, and not just that, but also the additional movement speed on your military units and villagers as well. It's actually a pretty big economy bonus as well.
Beasty's running out of the wood line, and I mentioned trade, and oh my, trade for Beasty is about to begin. He wants that trade online.
I think this guy has played Age of Empires before, maybe even in the later stages of the game.
It does feel like MarineLorD's finally stabilized, though. He's starting to have his own sort of bank as well. Tax is not going to be enough to support a hand cannoneer army, though.
This guy looks like he owns a monitor. Man, this is game number 1. I won't make it to work tomorrow. Elephant Mass back online. Beasty just spent a lot of his gold.
It's 11 hand cannoneers in queue is what it is.
MarineLorD on the other side also has a lot of military in queue and on the field.
Springle's starting to get sniped out.
I do believe MarineLorD researched the gunpowder upgrade for the bombards, for the Chinese, where he does have additional attack speed on them. Yeah, 4.19 seconds. I think typically it's like 6 point something for the bombards from Beasty, for example. Yeah, it's 5.38 normally, so bombards from MarineLorD attack much quicker.
Spearman's starting to push forward. Bombard's starting to push forward. Springle Mass here, though, to try to penetrate through the middle. Some spears split off, able to get to the backside Springles and take them out and make sure their focus firing isn't into the mid-mass. Hand cannoneer mass is so potent here for MarineLorD, able to actually take down a lot of those elephants pretty efficiently.
Spearman front line got wiped out once, but has been reinforced very quickly. And the elephants are falling.
The elephants are falling. The siege is falling. More villagers falling for MarineLorD, but he is now maxed out 200 to 200 with things in queue. 3 bombards in queue as well. He is ready to try to continue this push potentially. Another Ghazi getting taken down in the Granary Eco.
Beasty killed almost 100 villagers this game so far. Still a lot of gold remaining in that 8k gold vein. Keep just getting taken down now. And MarineLorD pushing onto the side with all the wood lines. Yeah, MarineLorD, he knows how important wood is in these later stages of the game. It's the one reason why he's also just like so heavily still investing into the wood now. 6,000 in the bank. More villagers getting idled out now though. There are spearmen here, but not enough, it feels like, for this many Ghazi Raiders.
Not by any means, but at the same time, just like he's about to lose a lot of villagers, so will Beasty, but who has the bigger queue? It looks like Beasty's 17 Ghazis still in queue.
Villagers going down here for Beasty as well. Oh, MarineLorD, he's trying to run away with the villagers. Might find himself getting body blocked. Villagers make it back to the keep.
Both players just trading out villagers. So many villagers falling. Ghazi's gonna try to start burning down the keep. The rest of these villagers
almost misses them.
Trying to run away. Beasty at under 100 eco for the first time in a while now. All those Ghazis, though, they died to boiling oil and just Chinese keeps. There's more Ghazi coming, though. He's trying to burn down this keep, trying to get control of this location. It's just not working. There's so many spears chasing those Ghazi, though.
70 spearmen.
Town center idle. I don't think that matters much anymore.
Now. At this point, it probably doesn't matter. Could see some more villagers come out though, with the amount of eco pop the players have at the moment. Bombards, don't want to sacrifice them.
Getting close.
Sniping down the Springles. There's a lot more spearmen coming in. Bombard gets sniped out by the archers.
Bombard and spears on the backside now. Beasty's army about to get surrounded.
Now the Bombard on the other side. And the hand cannon is actually just making mincemeat out of the archers as well. Lose a lot of the hand cannoneers, but at the same time, they just trade it out good enough.
Ghazi, who's surprised? Oh, there's the market start.
MarineLorD also getting ready to start trading. Beasty already on 12 traders. And there it is. Finally, after 50 minutes, Yuan Dynasty is about to come in.
Such an
Hallelujah.
important upgrade.
Especially like in regards to like wood and just all those resources in the late game. We do now also have like a significant amount of Palace Guards, and the Chinese Palace Guards are incredibly potent when it comes to their health as well, because they do get an additional HP upgrade on them, so they're quite tanky. Oh no, the Bombard's out of position. Now with the Yuan Dynasty, the military from MarineLorD is going to be a lot more mobile on the map. Ram's actually about to take down the keep.
Villagers, I'm surprised, haven't been pulled yet from that gold vein.
Ghazi continuing to raid.
Yeah, there's the villager pull we expected. Not a ton of stone left on the map, so damage done to these keeps is a lot more long term.
You know what? Pagodas would definitely help there. 75 stone per minute.
There's some spears here, so don't be fooled. This isn't just villagers all running around. A lot of the Ghazis can't stop to actually keep attacking all these villagers, or else they will end up dying. Some of the spears are running away with the villagers, though.
Also Beast on the Great Wall Gatehouse trying to do damage, but man, they were so much better before.
But look at through all the villager loss, MarineLorD, he's at 123 military population. Beasty does not have the same numbers, and he is about to have his front doorstep being knocked on.
He's trying to go back into the mass Mangonel play. And now
MarineLorD
MarineLord's
pulls
starting
back.
to add
Doesn't want to
Nest of
overstep.
Beasts as well. Yeah, look at this. MarineLorD now also investing into Nest of Bees. He's getting the additional Nest of Bee upgrade as well.
Now both these players holding on for a little bit. Beasty's doubling down over to that keep, over to the Eastern Sacred Site for like the 7th time now.
Raids every time.
He should finally be able to take down that keep.
That's a lot of villagers going down again. MarineLorD below 60. 67, 65.
The key is archers are here as well, so it can't just be spears that get thrown into this mix. Villagers running away for Beasty. Production getting taken down. I feel like this is one of the most important things here in the later stages of the game is take down some of the production, and that's really what can allow you to start to get the leg up on your opponent. Beasty using those archers to try to wall off the trade.
Yeah, only one archer though. He's going to take a while now to finish those walls up. The trade is being halted now. MarineLord's going to have to rebuild those markets.
Oh, great circle there by MarineLorD, actually able to pick up these Gazis without too many losses and too much time delay here.
Beasty is almost up to 50, almost 60 archers now. This is the point in time where MarineLorD, instead of getting up to 100 spearmen, probably wants to get up to 100 palace guards.
Mangonel taken down. Elephants trying to run towards the next set of stuff. There's two more Mangonels not too far behind it. Not all of MarineLorD's armies here. You can see a giant pink blob running across the map. Next Mangonel does immediately get focused down, so great focus by those bombards. Elephants on the front side just running straight into spears.
Yeah, all the elephants getting taken down now. More palace guards in queue as well behind this.
Ghazi's just running by. We know where they're going. Don't worry. They're going to go to that gold vein again. Go to the keep again.
Same quarter, time and time again. Can we take a look at the relics from MarineLorD? Are they still inside of monasteries? Please tell me they're inside of pagodas at this point.
Monastery was on the front side of the base.
They're all still in the monasteries. Oh no. Did he at least get tithe bonds?
Yeah, he did get tithe bonds way early on.
Okay. Good.
Spears running forward. Another Mangonel immediately sniped down. Ghazi's just running straight into spears, but MarineLorD, he doesn't have all his numbers here. He needs to wait to have this fight where all the numbers are actually here.
So make sure that these bombards don't get taken down though. Big losses if they do. One goes down.
Nest of Bee finally arrives though. This could be the kind of differentiating point for him is when a few of these Nest of Bees start to actually be able to fire. And now all his siege should start being clock tower siege, a little bit stronger, a little bit healthier.
Shots coming in.
Solid Nest of Bee fire there. Make a lot of those units lower health, but get sniped down by the archers because there's so many archers. You can now see the Palace Guard swap from MarineLorD starting to come in, but the numbers for him are starting to dwindle. He doesn't have the same eco that he used to.
Yeah, down to just 72 economy units. Beasty, he did replenish his economy with traders. That's not looking that bad for him. He's at 700 gold per minute. MarineLorD actually has still a lot of gold income as he reclaimed that 8k gold vein. The Ghazi Raiders yet again. Hungry for those villagers.
It's all spears. There's a few Palace Guards there now.
Spear's a good unit, but you can overdo it with them.
Great Nest of Bee shot.
Around.
This is where that move speed's so important now for those infantry units.
As Raider yet again, just non-stop harassing on the gold. Villagers on the wood line still getting picked off. MarineLorD's starting to really struggle for the resources now.
Yeah, I almost feel like MarineLorD needs to drop another TC, which seems weird. More importantly, he's needed stone walls. He needs to do return raids, something of the sort.
Yeah. Genuinely, he would have had a lot more stone with the pagodas. I believe it's only like 10 stone per minute that you're getting from Tithe-Bound's relics.
Biggest thing is I feel like he had this game in early castle if he just pulled the trigger, but never pulled the trigger, just waited and waited too long. You can't, sometimes, you know, you're letting your opponent get back in the game by waiting. And look at the Lancer swap.
Oh my god, that is actually super expensive. I'm not sure if that is going to be worth it for him. Spending his gold bank, but he is getting trade.
Against a lot of spears. Who knows if that's the case? I'm not really sure if it's worth it. It might start to be running low on the wood. 4 nest of bees though. Huge shots into the range mass.
Big one. 4 nest of bees doing significant damage.
Oh, MarineLorD is housed. 180, 140. Village gets taken down. Village gets rebuilt. He needs more houses.
At this point in time, wood is definitely one of the rare resources. So actually, like, taking down production and taking down infrastructure is quite worthwhile.
And here we go. We finally see MarineLorD pushing through. Where's Beasty's military mass? He's down to 40. He isn't even queuing anything up right now. Is he finally calling it?
Nah, there's no way. There's no way. Beasty is probably just thinking about what to make next.
All solid keep
from
right here.
MarineLorD here. Very nice. Gonna be able to disrupt the trade.
And MarineLorD, seeing that many Lancers, had to know that there's trade online, and that's what he starts moving up. Beasty's at 160.
Oh, Gazi Raiders again.
200 to
and
200.
Knights.
He's going for more raids. Is this really worth it, though?
Multiple TCs, I kind of doubt it.
Trade starting to get taken out. So many spears already there, ready and waiting. So it's one that, yeah, I mean, it sounds. Oh, look at the surround!
Oh my god! The body block, a single spearman there. Just dooming all of these knights and Gazi Raiders.
Ring around the rosy over there.
Oh man. And the additional movement speed, thanks to the Yuan Dynasty, these spearmen are able to somewhat keep up movement speed-wise with these mounted units. Bombard's taking down one of the keeps here. Trade idled out for Beasty now. Wall did not get up.
MarineLorD doesn't have much in queue. Beasty doesn't have much in queue. It feels like these players are starting to get exhausted, and it's only game number 1. We are past the hour mark.
Yay, celebrations.
This war of attrition is slowly starting to dwindle. Villagers, hello.
They're just neighbors at the moment.
He said, wait, I need wood. Let me take your wood line.
We're sharing this one, right? Right? Still Gazi Raiders non-stop, pretty much everywhere. Villagers just getting shifted around. Fight in the middle.
Another fight in the middle. Need the 4 nest of bees. They're just so damaging if the head-on engagement does end up happening. The raw military numbers favoring MarineLorD. Bombards, all the siege! Villagers pull both the nest of bees as well.
There was so many bombards. BC was on 6, now down to 2. And the spearmen just getting sacrificed though by MarineLorD. That's a pretty big massive spearman to sacrifice. Granted, was up
He's
against
got
Gazi,
70.
so
I think he doesn't care at this point.
Yeah, just still saying, like, food is starting to become rare for both of them.
The ships got pulled out. There's one Gazi here, though.
There's an outpost to run back to.
We got some long distance chopping happening. This is an absolutely wild game we're seeing. Villagers, they don't know where to run. The spear stopped chasing. Hello? MarineLorD.
Oh no, MarineLorD. Spearmen are coming in. Okay, okay. For a second I was like, did he crash? That would have been the worst.
Oh my god, don't talk about a crash.
Oh, significant villager losses there. But he has a good enough wood bank, and those were the wood villagers, so it's not the end. We're still far away from the end. We're still far away from the end.
You say that, but Beasty's base, Beasty's production now starting to be at risk here. Nesta Bees moving forward. Nesta Bees being very aggressive. Nesta Bees, hello?
Maybe a little bit too aggressive.
Honestly, if I'm MarineLorD, I focus production here. Take down some of these stables. Get some of the...
Blocking his trade. Just on the wood line. I think Beasty underestimates just how healthy MarineLorD's wood bank is.
Yeah, I mean, this is one where MarineLorD doesn't even need to have any villagers on wood for a good little bit. Those two bombards are gonna get focused down by the whole entire military mass of MarineLorD.
Feeling the brunt wrath of the Chinese. But yeah, Beasty is actually the first one here to completely run out of wood now.
And this is when it starts to get so difficult for him. He's starting to trade, short trade to the eastern side in front of MarineLorD's wall. Still chopping some things, but just not much. He's trying to find anywhere to go, trying to find something he can do. Villagers burn down the lumber camp. Might not seem like much, but Beasty, he almost can't even build a lumber camp right now. Which means Ghazis are no longer going to be a possibility. The thing that has felt like the bread and butter of this game for Beasty is just absolutely just not an option anymore.
No
is this actually the beginning of the end? Because Beasty is out of wood, that means siege no longer an option.
Getting taken down.
Every production building that goes down is no longer going to be able to be rebuilt.
It's ending. Absent. It's ending.
It might just be. We see landmarks. There's a TC right here. The spears are on top of the TC. There's 2 more landmarks left for Beasty after that one. Where are they? How far away? Oh, he's just got his army sitting on the other 2 landmarks right now. But the relic is down now, so the passive gold income gone. Bombard gets taken down, but spears still going to be able to remass, no problem at all. 30 spears in queue. MarineLorD, he's got this game. Beasty is starting to fall. Beasty is running out of resources. He's running out of steam.
Yeah, House is getting taken down now as well.
Looks like the last engagement. Beasty's going for it. Going for the wraparound with the Ghazi, pushing forward with his main army mass as well. Immediately focuses on the siege from MarineLorD. Nesta Bees pushing forward. Double Nesta Bees pushing forward.
This clock tower, though, takes a couple of additional volleys to get taken down. Still 2 Nesta Bees alive.
Beasty's military mass, it's down to 46. MarineLorD sitting at 120. The reinforcements, their knights, their lancers. There's a few Ghazi in queue from the last bit of wood that Beasty's able to get. And MarineLorD takes the victory 67 minutes in and able to go up 1-0 on the series.
What a game number 1, man. Oh my god.
I mean, the crazy thing is like, it felt like it was over at Castle. It felt like the writing was on the wall. You saw it end, and then there was just, it was a chill stare at each other from the distance and go up to Imperial and just
And of
turn
course,
into
it had
that.
to be 67 minutes.
Oh
course it
my
had to be.
gosh. What a game. Max Bill's 150. That doesn't matter. Resources gathered. Just look at how close the resources gather is overall. 238,825 to 239,019. Just a couple
Absolutely
hundred as far
ludicrous.
as a resource difference goes.
Fellas, I'm telling you guys right now, like, if you've got work tomorrow, you better plan to come in late or not at all, because this set is promising to be like one of the longest sets that we have in Age of Empires 4 esports. The first game, an hour-long game, and next up it's Sengoku versus Abbasid.
All right, get ready for another game. Oh my gosh, what an absolute crazy back and forth. I mean, it felt like in that later Imperial time that there were so many times that like MarineLorD was starting to get fully idled, losing a ton of vills. It was like, how is he able to remass back up? How is he able to stabilize? And yet it still kept happening.
That's absolutely crazy, man. The continuous raid on the goal, trying to deny wood and whatnot, and yeah, it's these situations where just the macro and like keeping track of your win condition in the late game, it starts getting muddled and it starts becoming more and more difficult. When wood actually starts becoming a win condition, which we saw here with Beasty running out of wood, no longer being able to afford archers, no longer being able to afford Ghazi raiders, that's when it all suddenly starts to shift.
What an absolute wild one. I mean, this series, it's living up to the expectations, and MarineLorD is up 1-0. He needed that win too on his, prioritized civilization. Beasty prioritized Byzantines first for him, still yet to pull it out as it gets sniped there by MarineLorD on this match.
So no Byzantines, no Ayubids. We're ending up with Sengoku versus Abbasid. This is an interesting one as well, because of course Sengoku, they don't get the deflective armor on their mounted samurai, and Abbasid, they still do get those camel riders. So suddenly, it's like the camel rider answer to the mounted samurai is actually viable in this matchup.
And MarineLorD went with both the camel civs, although Ayubids continued to get sniped out, not letting that one be an option here so far, and with the day-to-day that we have seen. Whew. All right, time to breathe a little bit, time to get our wits back in them, and whew.
Time to focus up for that game number 2. Man, it still feels unreal that after like an hour and like 15 minutes, if we count the draft in as well, we're in game number 2 now. Okay, I gotta, take a sip.
Take a sip of water, breathe a little bit.
I'm hearing production say disgusting sparkling water. They're wrong.
I agree.
Sparkling water is actually the best in the world.
I cracked up when I was in Europe. I got asked, they were like, oh, do you want still or sparkling? I said still, and they gave me the most disgusted look. I was like, what do you mean? It's like, clearly it's the more elite one. Oh. But
I swear it's just a
48
German
seconds. Thing. I feel like it's not just, I feel like it was kind of all across Europe. There were a lot, I feel like it was like 50-50 of the people I interacted with, whether it was sparkling or still.
I've been to France a whole bunch of times, and I'm telling you, like, the sparkling water there, it's not good. So I don't think that they're actively drinking sparkling water. I think they're faking it. If you want real sparkling water, it's Germany or nowhere.
All right, well, there you go. Good to know. Oh. Well, we are just a few seconds away of getting into game number 2 of this series. I mean, that one's got to be demoralizing to end up letting that one go and losing it, even though very well hard fought. It felt like Beasty was climbing out of a hole from early on. But here we go. Game number 2 begins. MarineLorD on the Abbasid and Beasty on the Sengoku.
Right, jumping into our game number 2 now. Look at that value, Mitsuri, that's coming in here for Beasty. Connecting both the gold mine and the stone outcropping. Though eventually you do want to add in that forge for those blacksmith upgrades. But just being able to have the option, of course, in the early game of, you know, taking gold or stone, that's pretty neat. Oh, we're hearing from production that EGC Lipany has also been adjusted when it comes to the sheep spawn. So most of the sheep do spawn right next to the TC.
That's nice.
That
you know,
means,
there's
yeah, just
there's
getting rid of some of the
time
RNG.
Yeah, I'm sure some of the players won't complain about this. Less importance to the luck that you have. Obviously, scouting patterns can be one thing, but you know, it's still very needed in certain maps.
Yeah, not everybody can like have those Kiljadi scouting patterns where either you get all the sheep or no sheep at all. That's no in between.
We're starting to see these Yatai move on out, go into the boar, it looks like, as the first one is.
Scout might potentially get a glimpse of that. And yeah, does actually see the Yatai. Not sure if he noticed, but he did see it.
Second one moving forward to the deer berries in the middle, it looks like, as well.
I wonder what kind of age up we're getting in this particular matchup. I think MarineLorD might also be unsure, and if you're unsure, you probably go with what's most familiar for you, which would be, of course, the economic wing. Nice spot here, large berries and the deer. That should also be enough to fully charge up the Yatai, and it is indeed going to be the economic wing.
Yeah, I mean, we saw it work to perfection earlier. He kind of has a good, you know, build as far as not necessarily like, you know, fine-tuned, but more of that good mindset of knowing what he needs to do against certain opponents. You know, if he talked about in the previous matchup against Anatan, where it was like if he didn't take damage in the early feudal or the early feudal, if there's a bunch of units, he's just going to mass and try to hold. If there's not a lot of aggression, just match that castle timing.
Mining camp now coming in on the stone outcropping. So second TC plan is paragraph, now that Beasty's also going to be able to see that with his scout.
And more importantly, sees which wing MarineLorD's going up with as well. House to connect the blueprints all throughout. Beasty pulls off of the gold and aging up with the Coca Township. So the question is for Beasty, is this going to be a feudal play all in, or does he try to get a quicker castle timing, since you can actually rush it up and the Yatai provide a lot of food income?
Yeah, the Yatai just in general is such a great income source there. The traders that they generate as well, just on drop-off, giving you additional food. And then also increasing the gather rate with nearby villagers. Quite nice. Beasty also just laming the deer here with his scout. Making sure that a TC drop from MarineLorD is not going to be too efficient on them when it comes to gather speed, or rather walking distance.
Yeah, definitely some frustration and annoyance that can happen there. Even pushes that one even further away. MarineLorD should be able to get this TC drop here in the next little bit, and sure enough, he plans it around those deer. Just might have to drop a mill on the back three. The other four in too far of a walking point, but still lacks some efficiency that would have had if Beasty didn't do the deer laming.
Yeah, this isn't a bad spot, and we do have the Coca Township now coming in. There aren't any stealth forests nearby, near the second TC, so at least it's not like Beasty can just immediately summon the Fiendish Shinobi right next to TC. That would be devastating. Imagine if there was a stealth forest right next to the second TC as it's coming up.
That'd be so frustrating. But MarineLorD, second TC up at a solid timing. I'm assuming fresh foodstuffs has been researched, or it's probably on the way here in a second, if he has not yet. Fourth Yatai is on the way to the next set of deer. And yeah, fresh foodstuff has already been researched. So solid opening here. Now you're just looking for good old House of Wisdom level 1 to come on in. MarineLorD getting that extra knowledge and vision of what Beasty is doing as well.
Looks like it's going to be a combination of the Yari cavalry as well as some Yumi archers. Pretty good army composition. Means that MarineLorD is most likely also going to be forced into playing a longer feudal age.
Shouldn't be too big of a deal for him now that you know, he's at least got a little bit of some food for himself. Just needs to drop that production and start to pump those numbers up. At first though, prioritizing a wall in between his wood lines, and let's see if he actually connects the bottom wood line to the bottom part of the map as well, that you'll see a lot of time. There's the barracks and the stables.
Makes a lot of sense. Up against this composition, you usually want to go for the spearman, horseman army composition. The Yari cavalry do bonus damage up against horsemen, or just cavalry in general. But it's not.
Yeah, I feel like the importance is though is MarineLorD needs the mobility to try to deny some of the Yatai locations would be the thought.
Yeah, 100%. Just being able to harass those a little bit. It's going to be very, very important. MarineLorD already with a 5-villager lead. With a lot more food, or rather a lot less food that he's spending on villagers. Means that he's going to be able to, or at least he should be able to keep up in the military department.
Yep, you always find yourself behind a little bit, but then you're able to slowly catch up, especially as the game continues to go on.
Villagers need to reshuffle a little bit around the second TC.
Yep. See that rally point going on in between the two TCs. Beasty circling around it yet again. Might try to go for the gold vein. Might go for the full circle. Don't think he's seen if it's full walled, but he will see that it is not full walled, and there is indeed an opening to go. Oh my gosh.
Okay, he's going for it. Not.
He's going for castle. He's going for castle.
Yeah,
600 food in the bank.
MarineLorD's going for this one.
Should be able to pick up a villager here. Solid, nice job there.
Spearman already ready, waiting for the cavalry.
Perfect timing. And it's so hard to get your archers or your Yumi up into that forward position early. You kind of wait until you have a bigger mass, and we can already see that bigger mass is trying to protect this gold vein.
Getting a little bit of a housing crisis here. MarineLorD does finally manage to fix that one up.
And I think MarineLorD just doubled down. He hadn't had the greatest scouting so far, just being that second TC, having the scout pushed all the way back to his home base. So he, you know, he thought
maybe. Him out?
No, I think it was one that he just didn't
He went
know.
off the wood again. He went off the wood
it's
again.
Because he had to
completely.
Yeah, he had to respect the. He saw the mass from Beasty and was like, "Oh, this is a feudal play. I need to actually produce more units," and so then did exactly that.
Yeah, now Beasty's going for the castle age play instead. That's wild. Okay.
Yatai starting to get denied next to the boar. A few more horsemen there as well. At about half health. BC is running that. Oh my gosh, great surround there by MarineLorD. Look at that.
Just catches the Yatai in there. Makes it look easy.
Yeah, and MarineLorD, he's got a lot of resources in the bank, just needs to keep producing. Might need another production building here soon. The wall has been broken.
Beasty is
Old
expecting
villagers
to find...
already pulled back. He's already moved a lot of the villagers over to the east side wood line as well. He sent the horsemen out to try to pick off some reinforcements.
Beasty expecting to find an aging MarineLorD, but no, MarineLorD did not go for the greedy age-up play. Also doesn't quite have enough military units to take this fight. But should have enough to defend the second TC.
No villagers around that second TC. He's pulling the wood villagers over on that side back to the second TC. So should lose a few villagers here potentially, but now starts to get that arrow fire from the second TC. Yumi trying to kite on back.
Failings in queue behind this. I think now's the moment where Beasty realizes, okay, maybe I've been played a little bit here. Maybe he's not actually aging up, and he does see the House of Wisdom now. So does get the confirmation on that.
I'm surprised Wall doesn't go. Yeah, there it is. Wall gets quick rush down again.
Has a safe wood line in the back there as well. Still plenty of sheep underneath the TC.
And there is more production that's been dropped as well. Oh, walls didn't quite get finished, so they're taking extra damage. They're going to get burnt down so fast. MarineLorD housed for a second as well. He's got so much in production, he's just got to build multiple houses now.
Let's run for it now with the villagers. Let's have the most
You can
important
also see-
upgrades.
You can also see Beasty's doing a great job. He has a unit, I don't know if it's a scout or if it's a cab unit over on the berry bush on the eastern side, just patrolling back and forth. Oh, it's a Yumi. So just
Single
making
Yumi
sure
archer.
that MarineLorD doesn't move out to that berry bush early.
Spearmen have to be so careful about how to take this engagement. There's a lot of horsemen in now. Horsemen trying to dive past.
Phalanx
Yumi
is
archers
in,
also
so
with
the
the additional
horseman might not have
speed.
been ready for it. Yumi getting surrounded. Great circle around by MarineLorD. But does he have enough here? There's so many Yumi. The spearmen are falling so fast.
There's more spearmen coming in. The Yari cavalry pretty much already completely gone. Completely wiped out.
And that's
And
it.
Beasty's losing all the Yumi.
And now the second TC can't go punished anymore. MarineLorD knows, okay, let me just go up to castle now. Probably is gonna rebuild the wall, go out over to the gold, and we even saw him drop a few farms behind this, so he's even been able to slowly eke out a few farms throughout with the help of Fertile Crescent.
Beasty used the shinobi in that fight? I didn't see them coming in, so losing out a little bit on the value there. Archer does
Wait.
cause an annoyance.
It was another
That's a
Yatai
long time.
taken
There we go,
down.
coming in
Deer
now.
location denied. There are the shinobi this time. Just the horseman though, and he has such a big mass. He's also starting to wall the west side or eastern side, secures up the next berry bush for himself. And like I said, he's just gonna go castle, and it'll be an easy one from there. Beasty, he's doing the same thing. He's remacroing up to castle. But
Issues
the big
behind this
difference here
MarineLorD.
is
Yeah,
45
there's a
bills.
pretty big eco difference, yeah. It's kind of crazy though that Beasty has more resource collected compared to MarineLorD behind this. Not by a little, but by like 1,000.
Yeah, I mean, there was a decent amount, you know, villager pulls to the TC and things of that sort, farm transitions, but it does show you the value of the Yatai. And a late reaction here from Beasty. We'll lose another couple villagers.
All 5 going down here. Yatai actually getting pulled to potentially body block a little bit. Only a couple of archers left to defend. Single spearman. And the H-up has also been found out.
Oh.
Same time, Yari cavalry getting a little raid in as well. It's a lot more easy to stomach these raids when you're already 25 villagers ahead.
Yeah, I mean, it feels so bad when you lose villagers knowing your opponent's on a second TC. Every villager's so important. Oh my gosh. The Yumi.
Going for a dive.
Where are they going?
I mean, not tanky
The
enough in
brewery
order
was
to
on the
deal with
way.
this.
It's not just the Yumi, that's villagers too. Oh my gosh. So much damage. Beasty. He's full committing. I don't know if he should be.
both players like lose an almost equal amount of villagers. But yeah, I mean, one has way more villagers, so it's not really worth it for Beasty to go for these kind of dives.
Golden Age Tier 2 activated. It's such a nice time when you get this right when Castle Age happens as well. Double outpost on that front side. Moving out to the next gold. Beasty, you can't. Oh, the rest of those are going to be going down.
Yeah. It's going into Mounted Samurai now. Has to remess the Yumi. All of the Yumi did go down earlier. There's still a good amount of spearmen out at the moment for MarineLorD. Shinobi are coming in. Able to get a couple of the spears.
5 Knights or Lancers in queue for MarineLorD and 5 spears in queue. He's got the Camel Riders that popped out as well, so feeling really good about this Castle Age gameplay here from MarineLorD. Feels like he has the opportunity to maybe close this one out before the 67-minute mark.
Yeah, critical number. MarineLorD now also adding in Lancers and additional Camel Riders as well. Beasty's food income is still looking very solid. He is gathering from the berries, and never forget Sengoku Daimyo, similarly to the Japanese, has incredibly potent berry gathering.
Just a little bit of a different eco though. 1.5k per minute for MarineLorD on the food count, so should be able to mass up quite a bit faster. A couple of the Mounted Samurais though, they're trying to protect up that berry location, and it's over. Beasty, he just throws in the towel after that one. MarineLorD goes up 2-0. That one, only 17-minute game.
Yeah, a lot quicker than the last one, that much is for sure. Though it looked like it potentially could have been a much longer game.
Yeah, it was just such a good fight taken by MarineLorD. He waited, bided his time, and then when he decided to take the fight, it was when failings happened, so spearmen are able to connect a lot easier, and the horsemen just got right in between all the Yumi and made it to where, pathing wasn't an issue. They're just all effectively able to get attacks consistently on the unit they counter.
Indeed. Just the wraparound there, the Yari cavalry not able to body block enough there for the archers. Now we're gonna be moving over. Oh, finally, it looks like we are gonna be seeing the IU bits. Courtesy of the Ottomans getting sniped out instead. It's gonna be an IU bit versus Malian game, and ooh, Dapson. This one we've seen a couple of times, and it hasn't been going too well for the Malians in the past.
No, not by any means. And Byzantine sniped out as well. So Beasty keeps trying to pick Byzantines, and MarineLorD is not letting him get that civ choice. It's one that when MarineLorD played it earlier, he basically said, if you don't do a lot of damage early on, it's just over. Byzantines is just in too good of a spot. They have too much going for them with their cistern.
The cistern scaling is definitely supreme. Not coming in here though. And when we see Malians versus Ayubids, like, it's even more dangerous whenever like Manjaniques come in to play. And it's something that we most likely will be seeing. Like, typically in this matchup, it's like a little bit of feigned feudal age aggression. You just make some horsemen, you make some archers or spearmen, just run around a little bit, try and force the Malians into making military units of their side as well. And then you eventually do go for the age up, and Malians are going to struggle to find a similar timing.
Yeah, and even if they do find that timing, sometimes they put a little bit more of an investment into cows, makes their timing a little bit later. And I mean, Ayubids, they're just a scary civilization overall, and it's not quite going to be like the Ayubids versus French matchup where Ayubids just chills back with their cambulances and just goes naked castle. Like you said, usually it's some feinted aggression, make Mali react, make Mali make units, and then take advantage of the castle timing.
Indeed, indeed. And that castle age timing can be incredibly rough to deal with for the Malians, and it's more often than not that we see this matchup ending up with a half Lani or empty Lani, how we like to call it, when it comes to the Kaboom situation.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, definitely the case. And you can kind of see some of the civs left over for some of these other maps. Kurlager, we see French picked a lot of times, so Beasty still has French open for that. Same thing we saw HRE earlier. MarineLorD, though, he's got JD, he's got, you know, Order the Dragon. Mongols even, 2 Cloud. I feel like with the civs left, MarineLorD has just a lot of solid options, which I'm not necessarily saying it's that much better, but it's just ones that there's a lot of strength in what he's got going.
Yeah, Beasty definitely is gonna have to pull some of his top tier civilizations now. So Malians is definitely one of them, though. We do call him the Malian King from time to time, after all. And if there's somebody that can make these kind of games happen, where, sure, like on paper, this matchup has been thoroughly explored, and it is one where the Ayubids have a clear winning game plan, it's probably Beasty.
Yeah, and I mean, Mali is that civ too, where it feels like you need to do something a lot of times, or else their Kaboom, their passive eco just goes wild. We saw what he could do with Ghazi earlier on Dry Arabia. He didn't take that victory, but he was just an absolute menace. And you can easily do the same thing with Sofa on a map like Gorge, where a lot of the resources towards that mid game are all on the outsides, all very vulnerable.
Yeah, it's always the thing with the spawns as well. Hit mines, if they're spawning forward, then you're gonna be in for a pretty bad time. And on Gorge, definitely have to hope that you get pit mines at least on both sides there.
Yeah, we saw on the Mali earlier where Anatan, I think, was able to get one all the way in the corner, and we talked about it being like, it might seem bad because your first villager has to walk so far out, but it makes it harder for your opponent to actually go focus that side, and then you have your Sofa that can react very efficiently to it. It's not like they usually send spears over there to deal with it. It's you know, it's usually using their cav, using their mobility, just like we saw MarineLorD circle around, kill some Yatai earlier with the horsemen on the match we just saw.
Yeah, exactly. 90 seconds remaining until we'll be jumping into our game number 3 now. 2-0 at the moment for MarineLorD, so Beasty definitely does have his work cut out for him now in this situation.
Yes, indeed.
Granted,
and
he did have to face off against some pretty strong civilizations from MarineLorD. Like Abbasid, I feel like it's a pretty big comfort pick for MarineLorD, so is China. Ayubids, I don't think of as much.
Yeah, I mean, the big thing I'll say, though, is it's just after that long of a first game, sometimes you start to get deflated a little bit. You're like, man, that should have been mine. And you're going into game 3 and you're like, God, it should be 1-1, man. I could have had that game. And that's one where you got to have that goldfish memory. You got to just move past it at times. And sometimes it's very hard to do so. Sometimes you just get in your own head.
Yeah, goldfish memory definitely does strike it well, and yeah, just gotta rebalance, untilt if there is any tilt.
Yeah,
just
it's hard
focus
to,
up on the next one.
Hard to say what's going through these players' minds, but now next game at hand, we just were talking about it. It's Gorge, and it is this Civ matchup where we have not seen a Ayubids able to be picked today. It was sniped, it was sniped, it was sniped, and now MarineLorD finally has hit it after being the one who sniped it so many times.
Exactly. And now it is time to jump into our game number 3. A timer hits 0, so surely production is going to be about to take us right into it. And there we go. Game number 3, we got MarineLorD in the color pink playing as the Ayubids. His opponent, the color yellow, playing as the Malians. We got Beasty here on Gorge. Looking at the spawn, gold does typically spawn either forward or side forward-ish, but he does at least have gold on 2 sides. But definitely, these are golds that can be easily attacked for him.
Yeah, and it's, I mean, it's one that he kind of has his choice of where to go with the second pit mine, but I feel like most people would choose that 8K over there in the corner. But MarineLorD has an easy option to focus. It's that forward pit mine near the base.
Sheep getting picked up behind this. Question's gonna have to be how well MarineLorD can feign aggression in the feudal age without committing too much to it. Also, of course, doesn't want to lose any units, and we did see a little bit of a meta shift when it comes to units being made, so Sofa, in theory, do really badly up against the Desert Raiders, but I don't think Desert Raiders is something that you really want to make too many of if you're MarineLorD in order to feign aggression. Typically, it's more like something along the lines of Horsemen and Spearmen.
Yep, we are seeing the sheep circle. It's basically, again, a dead even mix here. MarineLorD should be able to get the one on the front side of his base, and it'll be 17 to 17. No complaints from either side. But now it's just the feudal age is going in. It's logistics wing, the choice for MarineLorD. This is usually where you'll see it, where you're like, okay, try to put some aggression on my side. I'm just gonna heal up anything that you try to do with early sofa play, if there is any early sofa play. And then all of a sudden MarineLorD's clicking up to castle without taking any damage because all the healing that has come on through. Beasty on the other side is about to be able to drop the Mansa Quarry here in just a second.
Mansa Quarry makes a lot of sense, and yeah, as you mentioned, logistics wing, just infinite value, potential at the very least with the healing. Does mean that he can also go for some trade outs with those, with that feigned aggression in the feudal age. Don't have to worry too much about taking damage.
Yep, and we'll see what MarineLorD opts for. It's been Horsemen most games early on, and even against units that feels like counters Horsemen, he does well with them just by splitting off a few, causing some idle time, causing some annoyance, and more importantly, causing reactionary pressure.
Indeed, just Horsemen with the mobility and in the hands of these pro players. I mean, we've seen from Beasty as well with the Gazi Rays just how much damage you can cause with them.
Yes, indeed. We're already starting to see first. I think that's a cow in queue already. So we saw Anatan earlier on do this where it was like 3 cows into just, making military. That was to counteract the Delhi mass. This might just be more of the boom up from Beasty, especially if he scouts and sees that MarineLorD, he's just looks like he's going straight for naked fast castle.
Yeah, at the moment, it does kind of feel like there's not too much pressure coming out from him. I'm kind of worried about this just because, like, we've seen the naked fast castle not work out too well for the Ayubids in the past, in this matchup in particular. So I'm a little bit worried. Oh, it might be Industry Wing.
Ooh, he could go Industry Wing. He did have 0 on wood for a while. I think he just sent 5 on over. Is going to need to make sure to get a house in time, but we'll see if he stays on wood for even longer than that. He's already over halfway for Castle Age resources, though. And yeah, that's exactly what it is. It's actually another mill. It's not even a house. He just says, I want another mill to get even more efficient on this berry gathering.
Golden Age. Yeah, it could also be for the Golden Age, of course. So we are going to be getting that second pit mine up now as well. Beasty is investing into some additional scouts.
Yeah, so a little bit of some warrior scout action early on, and then moving out to the Goldbane, knowing that he won't have the pressure coming in from the other side. He's been doing some scouting already. Scout from MarineLorD proving to be as annoying as possible, but the warrior scout should just push that the scout from the Ayubids on away.
Yeah, MarineLorD will have to evacuate, but his own age up is right around the corner now. And it is most likely going to be that Industry Wing. So we'll have a lot of wood and a lot of stone to potentially go for a 2 TC play and still have wood left over for production buildings.
Yep, 100 more food. Can probably just do a little force drop off over here. And sure enough, it's actually growth wing. Oh, it's industry wing. Okay, I was about to say. So industry wing is
Force
clicked
of
up.
habit.
900 wood, 400 stone. So like you said, can immediately drop a TC, can also drop multiple production buildings. And always the nice part about a Ubits too is that he's sitting here gathering during all of this age up. He's not having to utilize, you know, villagers to build this age up timing. Ambulance starting to be focused down, but the healing, yeah, you just out heal this right now. Not too big of a deal. Getting as much gold as he can for the time being. When the sofa comes into play and there's a fourth unit, that's when things start to change up a little bit.
This is just sad. I mean, the scout only has to retreat because the scouts are doing bonus damage to him. If it's just the
sofa,
dervishes, then they can just ignore it.
And there we go. As I mentioned, right as the sofa comes, they have to fall back away, but a solid bit of gold already snagged for MarineLorD should allow him to be able to re-secure that gold vein in Castle Age. Looks like he does have enough for a production building already. I'm not sure if he went ahead and dropped it. But look at the cow boom that's already coming. Yep, stables is already coming down. So we'll be able to queue up some camel lancers right off the bat. Oh, needs to be careful with these dervishes.
The relics. The Camulance can always heal itself while walking, while also debuffing the cavalry from Beasty. It's going to be quite difficult to take them down.
Looks like MarineLorD's going to go over to try to pick and find the other Cambulance. Knows that, okay, surely you're going to grab a relic. New age begins. Oh, relic immediately snagged in the northwestern side. TC
Second
already
TC.
being dropped onto the deer pack as well. And Camel Lancer in queue. MarineLorD hasn't yet moved back out onto the gold, but should be able to soon, right as those Camel Lancers start to pop out.
And behind this Beasty, already on 17 cattle.
There's
Still
the Golden
very
Age
far
tier
away
1.
from the age up.
Now he's being forced into the Dawn Zone. Knows that he's going to need a little bit of defense to be able to grab enough gold. Wololo comes through.
There's the Camel Lancer. Buys the Dervish enough time to retreat back to base.
Second TC finished. Deer have been secured, so food income is going to be nice and healthy. MarineLorD doesn't need much on the wood, just enough to make houses later on once his pop starts booming on up. Couple of these sofa though, diving onto the gold villagers. Another Camel Lancer here though.
Camel on ease, helping out these villagers, survive an additional hit. Now the Wololo coming in. This one's a lot closer for the Dervish help though.
Oh, and that Dervish
need to
looks
drop
like
the
it
relic.
will actually fall. Drops the relic.
He
Is
gets
there
out
going to be
alive.
enough? Oh, he gets out alive. Whew. Just barely.
Just
And
keeps on
another
bringing
relic.
back those relics.
Beastie starting
If that
to
keeps on
build a
gifting.
good gold reserve. It shouldn't be too far from when he can click up, but he needs to make sure to not lose too many sofa, if any at all, during this potential action that he's trying to put in. Nice little circle around the stone. And go secure that fourth relic now. We'll spot out the second TC as well.
It's going to be 4 relics being brought back. 5th relic could also be coming in
Scout
soon.
Falls. A bunch of Donzo. Look like they are starting to move across the map. No answer for Donzo yet. No vision of those Donzo either. Beasty's 20 of 20 cattle and is about to be able to drop the Grand Filani here in a second as well.
Grand Filani Corral is coming in. All the cattle as well. More production buildings will follow. Good amount of Donzos here. MarineLorD hasn't opted into archers yet.
After seeing that many Donzo, might end up taking the reaction, but don't see any production buildings starting to be built yet. Another Wololo comes in. No success there, but eco upgrades now being invested into from MarineLorD. He's going to have a ton of gold income from 5 relics.
Sacred Site's also being tapped into as an additional gold source. Now the first archer range is coming in.
That's what MarineLorD loves, is his archers. we're all of a sudden going to blink. He's going to have like 40 archers out. Oh! Dervish sniped on out. And the Dervish now starting to move across the other side. Beasty at this point, though, should have a good amount of Donzo that he's already been able to remass up at his base. Unless he moved out with those as well. Nope, they are at his base, but doesn't quite have enough here to defend this. MarineLorD might just take the fight. Next set of Donzo are coming in. But the first couple get cleaned up, and then MarineLorD tries to make the escape. Doesn't quite get blocked out and gets away. 2 Camel Lancers lost for it.
And with 2 Dervishes, he's going to be able to heal the remain. Nope, never mind. Spear to the knee.
Yeah, never enjoy that. A good old spear to the knees. Gotta feel awful.
Until that moment, he was an adventurer like you.
Archer upgrade coming on through for MarineLorD. Same with walls. Dropping a 3rd range down. So knows what he needs. He is putting some respect to that Donzo mass that Beasty has. And just queuing up more and more and more archers. But needs the archer upgrade first. Getting rage damage as well.
Behind this, Beasty now also switching into archers. Some wormholes coming in for MarineLorD.
Oh, doesn't quite have it finished yet.
Oh, didn't get it up in time.
Does have the gate finished. Oh. Can he just go finish the wall?
Snipes 2 builds.
You can just go finish the wall now if you want it. Oh, he doesn't though.
Just a single Donzo.
Oh my gosh, yeah.
Gets baited
just a single
out.
Donzos, surely.
Surely it's just 1 spearman. It's not like there's like 30 of them hiding in the Stealth Forest.
Jumps inside the town center. Sofa falls. Still a scout there. At this point, though, Beasty's food's looking very, very healthy. Overall resource income per minute, Beasty is in the lead and has a huge mass going for himself. This looks like a fight that he will want to take. Camel Lancer pushing that scout away.
And Wolof is coming in now. The Mansionix, there's not a clear answer yet to this infantry ball from Beasty.
Yeah, he needs way more archers than what he has. Frontside berries, they should be able to get sniped on over.
Oh yeah, MarineLorD cannot stay here. Not even for a little while.
Camel Lancer thrown away as well. I feel like MarineLorD's been throwing away quite a few Camel Lancers. Villagers are going to be at a risk here.
Archers trying their best against the Donzos. Villagers, yep, do need to move back out. Let's take the engagement. There's a lot of healing.
Getting some help from the TC fire, but this is not a fight you want to take. The Archer number is getting destroyed, but a lot of the Donzo on the front side, they weren't all there.
Reinforcements are coming in now, though. Last dervish for the healing has been sniped out. Camel Lancer number, it's waning, but it still exists.
Seems like MarineLorD somehow held this and pushed this away. A lot of the Camel Lancers able to still stay alive. A few more Donzo alive in small numbers.
Still a line of units of reinforcements coming in from Beasty side, though. And MarineLorD, he's kind of running dry on
somewhere else for food. Trying to pick out the Donzo, trying to give himself time to get an outpost up again. Not a ton of Donzo here. Able to tick them off in small numbers like he is, though. Just needs more food. I don't know if he can hold this now. Will not have the same type of production. The tower was finished. Just one more tap.
Let's go back for it.
Needs to jump inside, though.
Needs food at the same time, so he doesn't want to jump inside, but yeah, he definitely needs to. Villagers going down. Jumping inside now. Sprinkler placement on its way. Behind this, farms being added in as well. More archers stepping up.
It's archers, and only archers here for MarineLorD now, but he's losing the fight as archers are heavier on Beasty's side, and they got poison arrows over there, sniping over the wall to take down some villagers. Farm transition has started to happen. Next mass comes on in, 4 more archers.
Ulam now in order to provide a little bit of front line. Modification coming in, might be a little bit late. Repair villagers getting sniped down.
Oh, second one didn't just help that outpost last for a little bit longer, but Springleton placement now down, fortification now down. And look at the sheer military numbers for Beasty. He's 50 to 17.
He's continuously streaming these units across the map, and MarineLorD, he's just running out of room to breathe.
If the farming eco gets denied, it is all but over here in the farms. They're not in a primetime location. He's on the deer. He's on the gold to the west side as well. Sofa into the wood line. TC might just start getting burnt down. Uh-oh. This is the problem. Villagers need to evacuate.
Now imported armor also coming in. EC now switching over to the sofa play. Finds the villagers. Only the couple though.
MarineLorD hoping the few sofa on this front side can be enough. But poison arrows at least does a decent little bit. Splits off some of the archers to snipe out the few Donzo that were chasing the villagers on down. It looks like somehow he's holding, at least for now.
Yeah, but this is only just starting to get worse and worse for him as the idle time does add up. He's only 15, like, MarineLorD's only 15 villagers ahead, but the Malian economy behind this is just, it has no breaks. It keeps going the entire time. There's no breathing room for him, though. MarineLorD actually now on 34 archers. He's gonna need a lot more
Safadi
sofas
coming
to break
in from Beasty, though.
That's an interesting one.
Villagers now starting to get taken down on the farms. MarineLorD taking the fight yet again. This time, though, his army numbers don't seem that bad, at least the ones that are here in the fight in comparison to Beasty. Beasty has such a huge stream of units coming across the map. They're just not all there yet. The few Sofa that arrive are going to be so crucial with the imported armor, though. There's not really an answer for MarineLorD right now.
Yeah, he's just going for the archers instead on the other side. Once again, oh, Beasty split off a couple of units over to the gold vein. Spring on placement coming in. There's a couple of golems there.
One Camel Lancer there. And MarineLorD somehow is slowly holding, but slowly also losing villager after villager after villager.
Same time.
A huge farm transition. He's got 1,000 wood in the bank. He needs somewhere safe to actually be able to gather this food from. His back wood line is almost barren with how many archers he's been making. These Sofa are just getting tickled by the archers from MarineLorD now.
And MarineLorD, his food income has kind of just run completely dry now behind this. He had a lot of wood, so potentially is able to add in a bunch more farm clusters, as he is doing behind this. He's just not getting any breathing room left at all. Next engagement just comes in right afterwards. Camel Lancer does fall. Now it's only archers again.
And this looks like this game is all Beasties now at this point. This is finally the breakthrough. He's passed the TC. He's on top of the big farm transition that MarineLorD just invested so much into. And Beasty takes game number 3 with the Mali versus a Eubids.
Yeah, different way of playing Ayubids versus Malians, and doesn't look like it really worked out here in this one for MarineLorD. Even after getting every single relic, even after getting Sacred Sites for a little bit and securing that second TC spot, the Malian food economy, it just, once you're there, you've got the food income. Like, your food transition is just done and you can spam units nonstop. That's just not something that Ayubids can really match with the timing there.
Yeah, I mean, it felt like he needed something else different. Maybe some Manjaniques would have been a little bit of a helpful point, but it was so hard to spare some of the resources that he did have for that. Didn't really have the time to do so, and like you said, you expected more of that feigted aggression and a little bit more of a drawn-out feudal age into the castle there from a Eubids, but instead, MarineLorD just went straight there.
Skipping the mid game completely might have just been a little bit too greedy from him here, and Beasty does now secure himself a point on the scoreboard. So from here on out, and everything is still possible. This could be the way back for Beasty into this set.
Yeah, got himself some breathing room, got that stabilization that he needed. And now we will be looking at what map MarineLorD has decided for this game number 4 here in a second.
It is going to be Golden Heights. We'll be seeing Rus actually coming in up against the Tukulak Dynasty for MarineLorD. Okay, Rus on a water map. That's something that we haven't seen in quite a while.
And this is one where we saw Wham with the Tukulak. He lost 2 vills early on the water, but was able to end up securing it still somehow. And then Beasty had a crazy timing with the French, was able to just take down so many villagers. So we'll see, you know, if Beasty learned from that game, you know, what to do against the Tukulak, you know, maybe do the same thing if he's able to take down some vills early on, and maybe can actually secure some water for himself.
Yeah, I feel like early on you probably can't realistically go for water as the Rus. We've seen in the past, right? Like when they had the deer Rus bounty, you were able to get a really good follow-up feudal age timing. Nowadays, especially with the fishing ship cost for the Rus still being very high, I think it's probably more realistic for Beasty to go for a fast feudal age play and then drop a dock in feudal age.
Yeah, I mean, there's kind of these different ideas, these different game plans, but MarineLorD also, you know, made the mistake on Golden Heights earlier on, made a few spearmen early, and then just didn't end up full denying the water, allowed Anatan to secure it. So might have learned from his own mistakes, maybe learn what to do, what not to do. Just if you're able to secure that water, don't give your opponent any chance to get back over that way. Don't give them any chance to deny the water of his own.
Yeah, indeed. 3 minutes now until we'll be going into that next map with Golden Heights on the menu. Yeah, with a hybrid map like that, water play is definitely still like one of the main things that you want to go for. I do believe that it still makes sense like for the Ruse to invest into it as well. It's a little bit weird, just Ruse in general. We haven't been seeing a ton of them on hybrid maps in general. But yeah, I think just looking at it, I think the fast fuel age into the Dog Drop is probably the most viable strategy there for the Ruse.
Yeah, we will end up seeing the strategies at hand here in just a second. Like we actually said this before last game, casting Golden Heights. This is one of the maps though that's the hybrid map that still feels like if you lose water, you do have somewhat of a chance for the comeback, somewhat of a chance for the timing push, just because of how close the proximities are to the two bases, and you can really, you know, just corner your opponent in and away from a lot of the important resources.
Yeah, indeed. I'm just always looking at Tukluk as a civilization, and I'm just wondering, okay, what's like your main army composition looking like? Because it's so scuffed. Having the Raider Elephants, like they seem really good, but they also just get completely annihilated by Spearmen, while War Elephants, actually trade decently well against Spearmen, I want to say, like, even though they're meant to be the counter, like, I think War Elephants kind of deal fine there as well. I don't really see a lot of army compositions that just feel good for the Tukluk. Maybe that's also just courtesy of the House of Learning just not having good upgrades.
Yeah, I mean, the key word in that sentence that you said was they seem really good, but I feel like they don't always live up to that execution. Is, you know, we're so used to the Delhi elephants where it's like you see an elephant and you're like, oh god, because they're only in castle age, they have just like a crazy amount of stats and they're so strong. Meanwhile, the Raider elephants for Tukluk come out early and you're like, wait, that's not a real elephant. Is it really? And it's just they don't always execute as you know, elephants typically do when you've seen them prior.
Yeah, but we've seen it before as well with the Raider elephants, like the trample ability. Sometimes it's like really bad, and sometimes it's just game deciding when big fights come in. The main game that I always think about is that B game with the elephants, with the Raider elephants on Frisian marshes, where there were enough Raider elephants that they just completely dictated the game. I'm not sure if we're going to be seeing this one in this game. I don't think MarineLorD would go for a Mimi play like this, but we're about to find out. We're jumping into our game number 4 now. Tukluk Dynasty here for MarineLorD in the color pink. He's going to be up against Beasty in the color yellow, playing as
making
Ruse.
sure those wolves don't provide
That's
the
what you got to do. What you got to
do.
Yeah.
Oh,
Wolf still running towards the villager with a vengeance.
not able to get any damage on in.
Villager tries to skirt the line of sight of the scout there from Beasty, but will probably eventually be found. And it looks like Beasty is indeed going for that fast feudal age build. Actually, just being very greedy with the hunting cabins here. I mean, you kind of have to be like, there's not a good wood line in range of the TC.
I mean, yeah, not to mention you can be greedy with them, especially if your opponent's going water. It's like, what's he going to do? Send Spearman down early? If so, his Dark Age is going to be a 9-minute Dark Age, and I think that's an easily punishable thing. MarineLorD circling around. Beasty, though, will get a majority of the sheep here. Not that sheep matter as much on a hybrid map.
Good amount of sheep still between the base of Beasty and MarineLorD. I mean, when you get 3 scouts out, you do expect to get a little bit of bounty in there. So we'll be able to pick up the majority of the sheep off the map.
Still actually a better pickup than MarineLorD than I expected over here. So it'll be about 16, 17 over to the 12 on the other side. MarineLorD's dock has finished. Should start to just be pumping out some fishing boats.
First one has just come out.
Meanwhile, Beasty, Golden Gate should be on the way here. Kremlin Rush?
Would be an interesting one, but no. Golden Gate is going to be the name of the game here for BC. Now MarineLorD also moving out to gold, so will soon want to work on his A job as well.
Yep, sending plenty on over. Don't need to invest too much into the fishing. You know, he can just continually spam those fishing boats out and shouldn't be too far delayed on the age up. Sometimes you'll see, you know, when they know they have that fishing, that extra eco, they might send 1-2 vills extra over to their age up timing just to be not quite as delayed. Scouts now being annoying with this villager on the shoreline fish. That fishing boat is doing the best to deter the scouts away. Vil, he's actually, that damage is adding up over there.
It is, but should also be getting some additional fishing ships soon that can help with the airfire. Actually, Beasty is causing a ton of idle time here on the fishing economy from MarineLorD.
I feel like that villager's about to be going down here. Third fishing boat pulled on over. Fourth fishing boat pulled on over. He's like, all right, look, I don't want this vill to go down. You could see the initial idea, though, is spread the fish out. Yeah, cause a little bit of delay on some of the food eco, but make sure that he spots any villager trying to build a dock. And let's see if he gets this important knowledge. And oh, it's actually a fourth scout coming over, not a villager.
Just a lot of idle time being caused here by Beasty, so being very effective with those scouts. In the meantime, what's the follow-up play here from him? We haven't seen him send any villagers out in order to drop a dock of his own. It's definitely difficult to do so with the fishing ships being able to shoot arrow fire as well from MarineLorD.
All on the food, all on the wood line. Nothing too out of the ordinary here from the roost. And you can see MarineLorD's like, what are you doing? What are you doing?
He's going for pro scouts. Just continues burning down the dock.
I mean, the dock's taking a good bit of damage here from these scouts here. Yeah, they might not do a ton of damage to villagers, but those torches still work well.
Yep. Pro Scout's about to finish up now as well. MarineLorD actually has added in the barracks, so we'll be able to get a couple of spearmen out in order to try and defend the deer spots on the map. With so many scouts, you just have to kind of assume that your opponent's going to be going for pro scouts.
Oh yeah, I mean, no doubt in his mind, and you can actually see where BC's first choice is as far as the deer go. It's the one right next to MarineLorD's base. A few of those scouts are low health from the fishing boats. The one spear, though, not enough to deter all the scouts away. One of them does have to drop the deer, but going to focus on the next one now. Will be another deer that has to be dropped here in a second.
That will have to suffer for it with his own life. And does move into a different direction, so the spearmen cannot just move on to the other scouts.
And it's 7 scouts out for Beasty, so he wants to basically just grab full sets of deer camps at a time. Archers are the play as well for the follow-up. And the archers are already there to escort these next couple scouts on home. And let's see what the follow-up's going to be from MarineLorD. Has enough wood to drop a production building.
This is getting relatively close to an age up now as well. It is Ruse after all, so the fast castle follow-up is going to be quite nice for them. We did see the changes to the cavalry archer, for the Ruse in particular. Just playing out to them actually now being a good bit better when it comes to fighting against unarmored units.
Next deer camp at least being denied for the time being. 2 archers, not quite enough to push that many spears away. Boom, high trade house dropped and on the way. Bunch of vills being pulled on over to it. It's 2 archers doing their best job to just do as much damage to those spears as possible. Outpost has been dropped on that gold vein for MarineLorD. Looks like he's got an inkling. He's got an idea of what Beasty wants to do. Should be going up soon to try to match that castle timing. And the Raider Elephant comes through to try to deny the archers. So now that the spears are here, they should actually be able to take down at least one of the scouts. Castle Age finishes. And horse archers are the choice from Beasty.
What's coming up as well is going to make it much more difficult for MarineLorD to find good avenues into his base. MarineLorD also getting very close to his own age up, and now with the age up being right around the corner, 7 villagers getting sent over to stone, so Tukla fortresses might be on the menu here as well. Just need to get them in before the cavalry archers arrive.
Yeah, Cav archers, looks like I think two ranges is what's being produced. Compound of the defender on
Makes
the way.
Makes a lot of sense. Yeah, the upgrades just aren't good from the House of Floating, unless you're just making pure elephants. But if you're making pure elephants, you're probably also not good either.
That's a good way to put it.
It's a mean way. I feel bad. But...
Chill, buddy. So 15 seconds left for MarineLorD's age up to come on through. Ooh, and no relic going to be secured there for MarineLorD. Sniped out by the horse archers.
First warrior monk in queue for Beasty as well. Spearman running back to the base.
Able to at least pick up the scout. And they're all dead.
MarineLorD is starting to mess up some lancers here, and lancers are going to do quite well now against the nerfed cavalry archers.
Yeah, just a few lancers in queue, 6 of them, that is.
Just the cavalry.
Able to support that heavily with his food economy on the water.
MarineLorD did stop gathering on the stone, so no fortress coming in anytime soon.
Ooh, villager does go down. A lot of idle time too. Tons of idle time here.
Yeah, pretty good getting that villager pick up. No trample, unfortunately, but plenty of idle time cost.
A loud elephant death we just heard.
Oh, looks like one of the relics is being brought back around the side there for MarineLorD.
Little sneaky relic play there.
Beasty, though, about to bring back his third one.
I mean, MarineLorD's got 6 lancers out already and 5 more in queue.
Against 17 cavalry archers, but they are of the nerf variety.
Next ranged armor coming in for MarineLorD, so crucial. against those Cav archers. And archers in general looks like the Beastie's starting to make. Good charges in for MarineLorD, able to pick up a few of these Cav archers. It's so important for these to stay in mass and just keep that number climbing up. Once you start losing a few, it just gets so frustrating. And another one falls now. Charge comes in. Another charge comes in. Oh, two more fall. MarineLorD just doing a great job of thinning out the herd.
Very important to keep the numbers low on the cavalry archers. If they get too high, they start to get to a point where they can do critical damage to units, and already kind of feels like we're getting close to that part. A single volley takes roughly 25% HP away from one of the knights.
Yeah, MarineLorD needs to make sure he's got his other side gold secured, as it's so easy for Beastie to just circle back around. Those few archers he made were for a ram to deny the docks. Look at that. Great idea here from Beastie. He knows, you know, MarineLorD's advantage right now is the eco, is the water. Villagers pulled off of the gold, jump on into the outpost. Wouldn't be surprised to see him move to a different gold as well soon. Going ahead and prepping that, since that gold vein looks a little thin.
Yeah, gets a ram up now, so we'll be able to start harassing the dock on the pond. Or the one pond there in the back.
Now we're kind of just seeing the stall out. It does look like Lancers are moving out. Looks like MarineLorD might be moving out from that next gold vein we were mentioning. That's exactly what he is doing here now. Big question is will he be able to react to this ram in time?
With this many Lancers, can definitely afford to send a couple out there.
2 or 3 Lancers go a long way. MarineLorD should definitely drop a second outpost there on the gold vein. Looks like some archers that MarineLorD opts for. Who is surprised? He's up to 15 already. Felt like, you know, he's able to start massing these up so quick. The ram has gotten to the dock.
Another outline, or blueprint rather, has been dropped for the dock. So we'll be able to just rebuild that one.
MarineLorD making sure not to pull too much army over to that ram. Looks like 2 Lancers was the option. Villagers on the berry, spotted out by a scout. No reaction there yet. Oh, the horse archer's just able to take care of a Lancer like it's nothing, though.
And the number's only getting bigger and bigger. Archers getting cleaned up by an archer ship. It's in the name.
That dock is being rebuilt already. Both players dropping outposts on the sacred sites, trying to get control of some extra gold generation. Boar's been taken by Beastie, and it looks like MarineLorD trying to send a Lancer over that way as well. Horse archers moving on over to the dock.
There's a scout there at the moment. Oh. Lancers trying to go for the ram. Cav archers still needing 2 volleys at the moment in order to take down one of the knights. This could change. Knights now also coming in for Beastie, already at 8. Seeing some crossbows also being massed into now by MarineLorD. Has the army count lead at the moment. Fight being taken here.
Great charge into the
great
horse
one.
archers. Also has his horse archers there to follow up. Beasty's just trying to run away, but he will have catastrophic losses if he decides to take this fight. Still loses quite a bit. Few more falling still.
Ram.
I think there's still a villager over there that's hiding. Anyways.
Yeah, and the ram has not been set on fire. Not the dock, I mean, has not been set on fire, so it's gonna stay up.
MarineLorD knows that Beasty's on over to that boar, might as well keep focusing that spot. Archers sniping out the horse archers on the backside. MarineLorD letting his front line try to do some work here. Also transitioning into crossbows to help deal with the knights from Beasty. 30 lancers are out on the field right now for MarineLorD.
Yeah, pretty big count. Definitely not something that you should underestimate.
Making sure those food vills are safe and secure. Reinforcing into some Aeroslit's outposts. That's all you will end up needing against Cav archers to push them away. However, knights, it's a different story. Fortress being dropped.
Fort coming up, yeah. That, I'm not sure if he already has some up, but I think this might actually be the first. He does have the compound of defender after all. Good amount of outposts here. We'll be able to keep the villagers alive.
Bye-bye to the two horse archers, but the knight, like I said, different story there with the Aeroslit's outpost. And here we go. Now we're starting to see some upgrades come through.
Yeah, with the governor in order to reduce the upgrade cost, that's the perfect one. Means that not only are you getting the upgrades in at record speed, but also for a cheaper price.
Farm transition even coming in for MarineLorD. Fishing not quite as efficient as what it was, and in this map in general, fishing is just not quite as efficient. The wall, I believe, is finished. Ooh, but the outpost that was on the berries is not able to jump out, and behind the wall can jump into the outpost if needed, but don't think there's much of a need there. Just going to transition, move his army over that way, and still a huge value for MarineLorD in comparison to Beasty. Beasty also starting to make some crossbows of his own.
Still continuing with the raids. MarineLorD is paying attention here. Count still looking up for MarineLorD behind this, but the income is actually in favor of Beasty.
Knights, hello.
Post needs to be repaired unless it's gonna go down.
And another mass now coming through the center from Beasty. Crossbows there to defend that position as well. I believe MarineLorD has continued. Trebuchet, hello? Trebuchet, goodbye.
Villagers, hello?
Villagers, goodbye. Quite a few losses there. Is able to pick up a few knights just because the crossbows are there free firing, but just doesn't feel the greatest. MarineLorD did have a knight that was roaming towards the boar, roaming towards those locations. BC starting to do a little bit of a farm transition.
And this farm transition is also on its way. It's a little bit of an interesting one with the elephant layout there. To rebuild the trebuchet now as well. BC just still continuously going for these little raids with a couple of units every now and then.
Yeah, he just sent a bunch more units out towards that west side wall that never got rebuilt, so he's in next to the town center right as this fight is starting to happen in the center. Knights, though, they just died past. Where's the front line for Beasty? It just is not there at all. He needs to kite back with the horse archers. He's got plenty of crossbows there, but the crossbows, they can get shredded by the archers as well. So great fight from MarineLorD. And MarineLorD just garrisoning in at home in his base. Takes down a bunch of villagers. Trebuchet taken down as well. What a perfect timed fight from MarineLorD.
And the archer backline and crossbows are going to be good enough here to deal with the cavalry archers as well. Knight count on both sides is getting rather low now. MarineLorD still has knight reinforcements that are coming in. Still continues pushing up forward.
Doubling his army numbers. The horse archer count is down to 21. There's no knights really out roaming for BC, just 4. BC dropped a second TC behind this now as well. MarineLorD spots it out. One knight sitting there over on the berries will fall, but again takes out another villager. Get some important information as well. BC doubling down into towers, tripling down into these wooden fortresses just to make sure that second TC location is safe and secure. MarineLorD dropping a forward outpost, though, wants to get this vision of Beasty's base, wants to also have this fallback point. He can start trebbing Beasty's base down from this spot. And that's exactly what he's doing. Archery range first thing starting to be focused. Two more outposts here. He can start trebbing down the second TC if he wants. There is another treb in queue. Beasty at 125 total pop. Meanwhile, MarineLorD is at 180.
He's building out the outpost now on top of the hill as well. He's getting ready to just systematically do damage to Beasty's base now behind this.
Yeah, going with the third treb in queue.
Still going for these small little raids. MarineLorD needs a couple more units here to react to this. Actually, great amount of idle time being forced right now by Beasty in MarineLorD's base.
Yeah, and damage done. He's going to be able to pick up a few more villagers. Start to kind of equalize that villager count. MarineLorD, though, he sees Beasty's massive base. He sees the pure numbers that he has.
The elephant.
Trample.
Trample.
Able to get through towards that back line. Yeah, there's a lot of crossbows here. Yeah, there's some horse archers here, but there are so many archers from the side of MarineLorD. Treb immediately gets taken down. Knights are on top of the horse archers. There's no kiting going down from the horse archers. The crossbows with the raider elephants on top. And villagers, they got nowhere to go. They got nowhere to run, and the archers are still chasing down the rest of that crossbow mass. Beasty's numbers have been disintegrated.
Comes out, gets sniped immediately. Still more and more raider elephants coming out from MarineLorD's base. Just continuously pushing this in deeper and deeper behind this. On the production now, making sure that every single unit that comes out gets sniped immediately. Beasty now with the idled out economy. He's gonna start struggling when it comes to reproducing the army. 3 mangonels in queue, but nothing to protect them.
And Treb's sieging down the whole base that he does have. A couple wooden fortresses that are trying to help shelter the villagers now are falling from the Trebs. And Beasty falls in game number 4. MarineLorD takes the 3-1 lead. And now we're looking at point.
Match point indeed. If MarineLorD's able to get one more victory, and then that means that he is going to be able to qualify for the semifinals. Beasty, on the other hand side, he still needs a lot more wins in the set if he wants to beat out MarineLorD and advance on his side.
The economy number is so much closer than what it seems like it should be when someone has 15 villagers on water throughout the game. But yeah, I mean, that just shows crazy. The ruse and passive gold income.
Yeah, the main difference was just when it came to the fighting, right? Like when it came to how good of a trade got taken in these individual fights. Beasty was still very active with the raids, but MarineLorD just reacting to every single one of them very effectively.
And what an exciting series so far. That was not a wipe by any means. It did feel like Beasty had a chance in there. If MarineLorD didn't react as good as he did to some of those raids, didn't take some of those fights as efficiently as he did, it could have been an easy turnaround there from Roos.
Most definitely. It's one of those civilizations that is, you know, it's very hard to kill Roos as well. With all the wooden fortresses inside of the base and split up economies, we not really had to make sure to like go for the full dive, for the full commitment in order to get the win there in the end. Next up, we are going to be moving over to Coastal Cliffs. Byzantines, as is tradition, has been banned out or sniped out yet again. It's going to be French versus Shushi's Legacy on Coastal Cliffs.
Yeah, so Ottomans has been constantly sniped out from MarineLorD's side, just like he's been sniping Byzantines, but Zushi, a very, very strong civilization. Beasty obviously high prioritized the French, and he has had some excellent gameplay here with French. We saw him actually win on Golden Heights while losing water with it, so we'll see if he can, you know, on a pure land map, show the strength that, you know, everyone knows and loves here with the French civilization.
Yeah, we've seen Beasty perform like great feats with the French as well. Same for MarineLorD. It's a civilization that I feel like at the moment fits both of their strengths quite nicely. Shushi, on the other hand, for MarineLorD, just thinking about potential ways of playing this one. I think it's a little bit difficult when you're up against a civilization that can already make the knights in the in feudal age. The build-up is just it's just a lot more natural, I feel like, for the French.
Yeah, I feel like French, like a lot of times when we're watching pro play, it's, you know, they play feudal and then right as their opponent hits castle, it's like, and all in. It's just like, and keep up the pressure, keep that all in, do a lot of damage, and then all of a sudden, by the time the person who went castle stabilized, well, now French's castle, but up 15 villagers and kept a lot of their knights alive. So we'll see if that's kind of the same game plan, how Beasty will execute in this map, or maybe MarineLorD has a little bit of a different story here.
Yeah. It's a difficult one just to decide on what you want to do, if you want to really just go for that fast castle age play, because we've seen it so many times when fast castle Shushi plays up against the French that they just aren't in a position to mass up enough units and ultimately lose out with their castle age advantage up against feudal age knights.
Yeah, it sounds good doing it. It seems good, you know, when you think about it on paper, but then when you see the execution of it, French just has so many knights, they start delaying those resources, causing idle time, and then like you said, the knight number, the lancer number doesn't ever equalize for Zushi. Even though they're an age up, they just don't get the viability of actually being an age up.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, especially with knights where the majority of the damage just gets decided on the charge, and if you have more knights on the French side, just being able to get more charges off, it makes these engagements a lot harder for Shushi to win with few knights. So we're going to have to see exactly how this one is going to be played. Could also just be that MarineLorD is going to try committing a little bit more to the feudal age. Both players here most likely will be going for pro scout play, which is going to put a dampener on the Shushi castle age timing afterwards, and gives a little bit more opportunity to the French player when it comes to massing up knights in order to go for more direct engagement after Castle Age gets hit by Shushi's Legacy. Something that could also be happening here is we could see Beasty skipping out on Pro Scouts and just going for outposts with villagers on the deer instead, or maybe just even without an outpost and just going for straight night production.
Yeah, I mean, that's one where when you're French, you have that ability, you know, take the map control with the knights. It's so hard for your opponent to react and be able to split things off. But we have seen MarineLorD do that exceptionally well this series, where even 1-2 horsemen split off, cause some annoyance, cause some idle time, cause some raiding. So, you know, either way will end up working, but we'll see what Beasty will decide here. All of the nerves, all of the money on the line here for the game number 5. It is match point, and if Beasty wins, it'll be another match point after that, as this is a best of 7.
It is indeed, and now it is time for us to jump into our game number 5 in this best of 7. Potential match point now for MarineLorD. We're jumping right in. Beasty spawning in. Color yellow, playing as the French civilization. His opponent, none other than Gentlemate's MarineLorD in the color pink, playing as the Shushi's Legacy here on Coastal Cliffs.
Village being dropped early. We're seeing some of those sheep circled around being grabbed, and so far MarineLorD has that lead in the sheep count. Quite a bit on the cliff line to be grabbed still, though, so easily able to equalize this number, and it looks like Beasty is headed over that way now.
Looking at the spawn here for MarineLorD, there's an interesting spot between the two wood lines at the bottom side.
Oh,
Large berry pack, stone, and 2 nice wood lines right next to each other.
pretty solid opportunity for that meditation.
MarineLorD does spot that spot, so he is aware of it being an option.
We'll see if he disappoints you like we saw in the game earlier, or if he does end up taking advantage of that prime spot.
I wonder just how much wood that would be. It looks like could be like 40 wood per minute, easily.
Early wheelbarrow already finished up for Beasty. Not too surprised here. French love doing it with their cheaper eco upgrades.
It does also make sense if Beasty were to go for a play with sending the villagers out to the deer instead of going for Pro Scout. That additional movement speed.
Oh, he does go for the spot. I know you're happy.
Very
Meditation
nice.
Gardens on the way. Just enough room tucked in right next to that, and it is definitely a prime time spot.
Yeah, definitely best spot here on the map for him. In the meantime, School of Cavalry is coming in for Beasty. No big surprises here. The question is going to be, though, whether it's going to be Pro Scout or not.
MarineLorD circling around the base, trying to get a good idea of what Beasty is going to have planned. If he does go for that early night, you always want to track where that first night is going and headed to. Last couple sheep dropped off. Meditation Gardens finishes, so Feudal Age has commenced here from MarineLorD. Still got another 20-something seconds here for the School of Cav.
Me.
Spots out the School of Cavalry just as it's about to finish up.
Survival techniques.
Getting that in before.
That seems like a deer
Pro
play rather than a
Scouts.
Pro Scouts play. I feel like you'd want Pro
Does feel
Scouts
like
in
it,
sooner
yeah.
than later.
Yeah,
First
and
knight
he
into
immediately
queue
gets
as
the
well.
knight in queue.
MarineLorD's just sitting in front of the base, ready, watching. And, you know, one of the key signs for MarineLorD 2, knowing that this isn't a Pro Scouts play so far, is usually you'll see a couple horsemen, or not horsemen, a couple scouts already kind of starting to pop out, especially after that first night. But it's still...
55.
Golly! What a spot for that
130
meditation.
resources per minute. Okay, yeah, 55 wood per minute. That's pretty good. In the early game especially. That's like a 3.5 villager worth meditation garden right there.
Eric's starting to be produced. No one's surprised here. First initial deer pack going ahead and starting to be gathered and brought back in. First night. No damage to be found. All of the villagers from MarineLorD are tucked in next to the TC and inside that wood line. A wood line not the easiest thing to dive at this point in time either. The first horseman for MarineLorD, I think, just causing some idle time and some annoyance as well. Oh, it almost died though. Quick drop and picks it right back up.
5-second rule.
He's like, wait, I have spearmen here. I'm okay. Oh, the wolf takes down the horseman.
Mighty infantry gets the last chop through. Beasty is moving out with villagers to the first deer pack.
And more importantly,
mill
going ahead and
already
dropping
prepared?
a wall to make sure horsemen aren't quite annoying raiding in on that backside.
Behind this, just trying to get more and more knights out.
He said, look, I can't deny the deer, but I can kill the sheep you have.
Funny thing is that the sheep can also be, like, carried back in. Thanks to Pro Scouts, so, yeah, it's not gonna be eaten where it's lying at the moment.
And then, as we mentioned, it's Beasty going for outpost and grabbing deer. Also moving
And the
forward
boar.
for the boar.
So he's gonna have some great food income here, and at the moment looks like he's kind of playing this Louis style. No other type of unit other than these knights so far.
The question is when does MarineLorD scout out? Like, obviously you can see the boar die, but it's, you know, is he going to go ahead and move over there with that spear mass? There was no outpost being built as far as early on there for Beasty. Something he could potentially take advantage of. Looks like wall didn't quite get finished, but a horseman. Beasty lose a village.
I forced the villager to the boar.
Well, that horseman, I think, delayed the wall. It might have gotten the villager on the wall too.
Could be the case. Not exactly sure where that one did go down. I think he had the knights there with the boar, so I don't think it actually died to the boar.
And it is just knights, knights, and more knights. Meanwhile, MarineLorD's actually going for some chooks as well. Feels like he's got
expecting
enough
archers.
spears to push this initial knight mass back. Quick reaction-ish.
Pretty good reaction. Doesn't lose a single villager. Only one spearman.
Oh, gets a knight in return.
That's a pretty good pickup.
Beasty going for another circle onto that wood line. Needs to be careful though, as we saw how much damage was return fired from that TC. And Chivalry upgrade finally coming on through. A few more knights heading across the map. Oh, quick reaction yet again. Does lose another spearman though. Beasty though, does not run into the brace, thankfully. Able to turn back around and run away. But now,
it's not enough. Baits out the
more
brace.
Spears. Baits out the brace, but now tons of TC fire in return. There is an IO there. There's a couple more Vills there that he did not pull inside. Does pick up another Knight and a second one as well. Just so much TC fire that Beasty just took. Distracted, denied off of the boar now. The archers come through, but there's already chooks. MarineLorD was just a step ahead. In quick reaction. Couple spears there, enough to deter Beasty away.
Beasty is still looking for potential damage avenues, is now switching into archers as well. Definitely going to be necessary.
And MarineLorD's trying to chase down some of those lower health knights to not let Chivalry activate to finish up the health. Stealing some deer away as well.
Alright, Spearman moving on forward. Not looking for potential engagement onto the deer villagers.
Jumping inside the outpost. Spears are here. This is going to be one of those that forces the fight. It has to evacuate here. Another villager should get picked up. Woodline getting dove, and it looks like just maybe a horseman picked up. But now over to the food. MarineLorD a little bit late on reaction to the food pull. Runs through the knights, but there's just so many spots to dive in.
All the villagers just keeping the villagers safe. And that Beasty isn't able to get any too successful raids in.
And look at the sheer military numbers. Yes, obviously Beasty has value with knights, but there's 53 units out on the field, and when Shooks get massed up pretty heavily, they'll at least do it have like in a good amount of base damage there.
Knight still roaming across though. Baits off the brace yet again. Able to get maybe a couple of villager kills here.
Shooks there
to having to evacuate.
Oh.
And the knight still diving. Killing a couple more villagers.
Decent amount of villagers now getting picked up. It was looking so good for MarineLorD, and now all of a sudden he has taken heavy eco losses.
Yeah, a whole bunch of villagers just down the drain. Now Beasty behind this, also up to 24 archers, so is going to have a very, very good answer to all of these spearmen. Just needs to be able to remass into the knight count. Food isn't looking too hot for him at the moment. Says there in the back.
All of a sudden, you blink and there's 12 eco kills. This is such a hard part with playing against French. You always have to be respecting the knight mass. You always have to be tracking where the French knights are. Scout drops the deer. Villagers able to jump inside yet again.
Once again, idle time being cost.
It jumps in and out, but Castle Age being invested into from MarineLorD. We talked about right when Castle finishes, it's like a key point in time where that just signals the French to all in. And will Beasty do exactly that. There's so many spears, though. It's going to be more about the archers, I feel like, and he's starting to move forward now.
There are a lot of outposts here for MarineLorD. He definitely has enough garrison space for all of his villagers.
The boar that got taken needs to be protected, though, for MarineLorD. He needs that food income so bad. Deer started to run a little bit lower. Deer kept getting idled as well. Outpost gives him some information of a few of these knights. The age up finishes. Brace comes through there, and so many spears. All those knights go to half health. None fall, but so much damage still went down. And Beasty has to move forward to the front gold now, at a point in time where it is so crucial for him to take this next fight successfully. Archer's starting to move forward.
Still a little troop of knights trying to get some raiding done.
MarineLorD's just trying to wait for upgrades.
He's not immediately pushing out. Is he looking for his own age up?
Yeah, he's got 400 food in the bank, 600 gold already. Not queuing up any more knights. It's just archers, which aren't as high of a food cost. So does look like he is looking for his own age up here soon.
More walls also coming up for him at the moment. It's going to be a tight window to find for the age up. Shuganu, Spearman all upgraded now. He's going to have to take a fight. No way around it.
Yeah, denied off of that front side gold. Even if he does age up, what upgrades can he get with the gold he has? Needs to go back to the gold behind the walls that he is, I think, just now starting to build.
It's a little bit more food. MarineLorD just a couple of spearmen moving over to that gold.
And Beasty, he's going to split off his Night Mask, go attempt to do some raiding, but rallying spears that are now upgraded can do a decent job of defending that on up. The spears do find the villagers. There was a wolf over there too, being annoying. More villagers trying to wall, so Beasty starting to take some damage. Upgraded outpost, though, is going to last so long, and there's a Springald emplacement there, so this gives time that MarineLorD needs so crucially. It was Royal Institute, cancels it for the guild hall, just in case the game goes a little bit longer. One knight has fallen from the Springald emplacement. Almost a second one, and oh my, berry villagers.
You see, he doesn't have a lot of gold in the bank. Once the age up comes in, he's only going to be able to afford veterancy on the knights, unless he trades out some resources.
Beasty finishes up Castle Age. Let's see what he prioritizes. Villagers on the berries just get spotted out. MarineLorD's headed that way. Beasty's headed that way, and it's no upgrades in yet. He's 5 gold away, actually, from the upgrades that he needs, but the Chook Mass, it's just not big enough. Spears baited to the front line. The brace got baited in.
Taken. Clean up the spearmen here, but there's more spearmen left.
All the spears, other spearman mass out of position a little bit. Chook Mass is going to start getting sniped out. There's a Lancer, though, on the front side now. And it's not just one, 6 Lancers in queue. First relic draw. I feel like he had that relic for a while sitting there. He must have been so distracted. You have to focus so much when you're playing against the French, when you're playing against knights.
I think it was actually dropped earlier, and the second monk that spawned just picked it up and dropped it yet again.
I mean, you'd think at this point MarineLorD would have 3 relics or so with how, when I saw that first one. Gold, though, fully denied right now. Beasty. He needs to drop a market, and that's what he has done. He's been selling off some wood, selling off some food to be able to afford these crucial upgrades.
He's trying to get a key potentially on one of the gold veins.
Where do you prioritize your production?
You can't produce without any income, so probably makes more sense to actually secure one of the gold vein and then just drop new production around it.
Wall has been denied. And MarineLorD's constantly rallying to the middle gold vein. moving across, making sure that gold can't be secured as of now. This is such a delicate spot right now.
So Keep is going to go up in the base of Beasty.
I just saw the relic picked up and dropped again. What is going on? Okay, it's a second one now. And a third one.
What's MarineLorD's plan now behind this? With the Keep in front of the base from Beasty, he might need some siege in order to take that down.
It looks like he's saving for him.
Looks like it, but surely not. No, it's going to be Yuan Dynasty, with the relics that he secured so far, is going to be able to get some pagodas going.
Huge benefit he's gonna have. Beasty still corralled in his base. Spring on emplacement. MarineLorD waits for the last second there to jump on inside. Knights take a little bit of damage. And forced on away. Yet again, a second TC drop now for Beasty. He says, I got extra resources that aren't gold. I might as well drop a TC.
Yeah, now starts to also invest into Horsemen. Now, Horsemen are great as a front line when they're mixed in together with the discount from the Keep for the French. We do have that siege workshop coming in now in the middle of the map for MarineLorD, so we'll start to try and siege down the French player base.
There's the triple pagodas. Relic's gonna start being transferred on over there. There is a night mass. It looks like that snuck out. That's gonna go try to do some return raiding. MarineLorD can't just mass all his units up to the front, or else those knights will cause significant damage in the economy.
Trebuchet now in queue.
I'm shocked Beasty didn't swap the guild hall over to gold just with the situation he's in, but it is sitting on food and has 700 food in there. Knights do get spotted out from the outpost.
He's trying to get the wall off with a single villager on the right-hand side. That would allow him access back over to the gold there. It looks like MarineLorD is splitting up some units to try and go for another raid on that side. So it's going to find the villager.
I think they're also just trying to corner these knights that push forward. Get some good pickups. Cancel out their way on home. And that's exactly it. Really good job there.
Oh. Same time, charge forward onto the trebuchet. Lots of archers pushing in.
And the gold, it immediately gets taken while Beasty's doing this. Even if he's able to just get gold for just a little bit, this is so crucial for him. His economy is starting to get very, very scary. Lancer's starting to move forward, though. Beasty force drops off a few times, or maybe not even force drops off. They do drop off a few times. And he says, hey, at least I got a little bit of gold here now.
Yeah, only a little bit of gold indeed. Pagodas have now been all dropped for MarineLorD. One relic missing, though.
MarineLorD's starting to run lower on those food resources. Meanwhile, Beasty, he's already made that farm transition with that eco boom that he has. And it's not a small farm transition by any means. I guess this is what you do when you're only on wood and food for so long.
Food in the guild hall also starting to climb up quite high. He did now move back out to the gold in the corner once the wall got finished up. Still looking for some additional snipes, but the knights from MarineLorD aren't chasing after. We are getting to the point where the French are just thoroughly comfortable now.
And he did. Beasty was able to re-secure the gold in the east.
Yeah. Getting a ton of gold income from that point now.
His economy is so far ahead right now. He's got 32 extra villagers. He does have to, you know, try to match up against pagodas and against the Relic economy, but no eco upgrades for MarineLorD at all. And another Treb taken down. Sacred Sites trying to be secured and the timer starting to tick, but it feels like Beasty, he might do the typical click the guild hall and go up to Imp. And there it is. That's exactly it. Clicks the guild hall, goes up with the Red Palace.
Red Palace coming in here to secure that gold. Yeah, this is gonna be now a situation where MarineLorD might have to follow up with his own Imperial Age play. Almost has the resources for it, but doesn't have any farms at the moment working for him.
And doesn't yet see the Red Palace. It's about to finish, and here it goes. Oh, immediately turns back around and says, whoopsies, I'm not going that way. 3 Trebs starting to siege on the center.
I don't think MarineLorD knows about the second TC as well. It's all the way in the back of Beasty's base, and with the walls, there hasn't really been any scouts that made their way through there.
Woodline fully chopped through, though. Is this all the production that... Oh, no, BC just dropped a bunch of production around the Red Palace, so MarineLorD is okay in that regard, but he sees the chop through woodline, sees a lot of villagers, so will be able to at least take out a little bit, cause some idle time, cause some annoyance here. Chooks take the fight against the crossbow archer mass, but there's still horsemen there, and there are a ton of military units here. MarineLorD's whole army wasn't this way. Oh, that was the stables that had the upgrade coming through.
Big pull, big pull. There's still the archer ranges with some upgrades as well that could be getting sniped out. It's the one in the back, 21 seconds. Looks like it's going to be able to go up. Actually, it's going to be close if it's the next one to get focused. But then why go for the back one?
Just in time. 2 seconds. Temple of the Sun 4 seconds away. Wheelbarrow finally in queue for MarineLorD. 27-minute wheelbarrow. Congrats.
Coming up with zone age up. Jiangnan Tower now also coming in behind this. Only a single villager on that
with his whole entire army to react to that horseman raid. Could leave those Trebs vulnerable again.
Looks like that is the case. Shuganu oncoming into the front side though.
Trebs nice and slow to pack up. Archer's trying to focus down the Trebs. Will take some damage from the Chooks, but these are elite archers. There's no Lancers here to take the fight. This is such a good fight for Beasty. It looks like this timing just worked out perfectly for him.
Not able to take this fight as well, but looks like they're getting forced to just to be a front line for the Shuganu.
Denies the gold again by killing the mining camp, but those Trebs won't be alive for long, and it doesn't look like MarineLorD will be alive for long.
The economy's just looking so much more solid for Beasty behind this. 1,000 more food per minute here for him. No granaries at all yet from MarineLorD. He's been on 1 TC the entire time. Beasty, even though gold was just such a raw or just rare resource for him for the most time, able to finally find access to it.
Yeah, it just seems like MarineLorD sat back for a little too long, didn't pressure it. The second TC that was snuck by Beasty just proved to be such a perfect eco boom behind this. He was able to trade off resources to keep him alive for the time being, not allow MarineLorD to take advantage of this the gold denial, and now Beasty takes game number 5.
Just like that, we're now going to be moving over to game number 6. Ah, the
Yay.
set that keeps on giving.
And I mean that economy count boom just was too much for MarineLorD to deal with. We have the stats for the other game up.
Oh man, we're not getting any sleep tonight. We're still on the stats from the previous game.
We're going on 9 hours and 20 minutes on stream here, so...
There we go. Updated stats now, Beasty. Good 5,000 more resources gathered up. Military value lead, though, for the most part, was in MarineLorD's favor. We see the economy count there just thoroughly pulling ahead for Beasty after a good raid on MarineLorD's economy there.
Yeah, that raid at like the 12-13 minute mark was just so crucial for Beasty, and MarineLorD had done such a good job early on of picking off some knights here and there, making sure economy, you know, the deer, the boar weren't being gathered in for too long. But it's just whenever you play the French, it's that one little slip up that can get you where all of a sudden, boom, half your economy's got 10 villagers go down, and that's exactly what happened. But game number 6 is in store, and we are yet again seeing English.
Yeah, on Frisian Marshes. Last time it was MarineLorD. This time around it is Beasty that is pulling the English out. And MarineLorD, he's going to be playing as the Mongols.
I can't wait to see a 2TC late game play.
Are we going to get a full 1 hour last game?
Oh, so Kurlager, if you look ahead for game 7, you know, you got HRE as a solid option for Beasty. And is Byzantines ever picked on Kurlager? I feel like I don't. Meanwhile, MarineLorD, you know, you got Ottomans and you got JD, which are two fine options. So I feel like if there is a game 7, MarineLorD might have a little bit of a leg up as far as the civs go. However, we're still at game number 6. We got Frisian Marshes, English versus Mongols.
Yeah, there's still a lot of options. I don't think we're going to see Ottomans today, honestly. I think they're just going to get banned every single time at every single opportunity here. Mongols versus English on Frisian Marshes. I mean, it's probably going to be a similar play from Beasty, what we've seen so far from the English players on Frisian Marshes, right? I don't think it's going to be just pure 1TC. I think it's going to be leaning into second TC eventually. Question is if he's going to do it similarly to MarineLorD and first get in a dock with just a couple of fishing ships just to get a little jump start to the economy there.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like it worked out pretty well. It's not the, you know, easiest thing for Mongols to deny over there, considering, I mean, they can always go with early horsemen, but 1-2 horsemen, you know, takes a while to burn down a dock. So, like, there is that advantage for Mongols in their side, but it still would be a prolonged dark age, and we'll see what they got in store on either side. It's so weird to think that English on Frisian Marshes is the way to go a lot of times.
Yeah, at least so far it kind of like makes there's been a little bit of a theme for English on Frisian Marshes, and I feel like in many situations it makes a lot of sense, especially when a player goes for something like Sacred Side Victory, because the infantry ball, like, it has a clear target that it can move to. When it comes to mobility, of course, the Mongols, they are a lot stronger in that regard, but English, they're just going to be sitting inside of their base, and they're going to be sitting cozy.
Yeah, I will say when Louis first pulled out the 2TC English on Frisian Marshes, it was a King of the Rockies in the first game. I want to say, was it against MarineLorD? I think he ended up winning against MarineLorD, and then they matched up again later on, and then MarineLorD just had the answer for it, was able to play when he knew what was coming. You know, there's been a lot of games since then, so, you know, MarineLorD does at least have a strategy that can win it, and you can't allow Mongols to take the map control and to potentially trade as well. Oh.
Yeah, it's not the best track record at the moment for English on Frisian marshes, but every time we see them, even if they lose, they do kind of like make me believe that maybe there's more to it, more to the strategy. We saw it work once today. Question is, can we see it work again today? By the way, fellas, don't forget that now is your chance at the moment, while the bets are still open, in order to bet on who you think is going to win. You got the EGC points there that you can put on. Whichever player you think is going to win.
We already got 1 million points bet so far, and it is heavily tilted towards the 2TC English play so far.
Yeah, a lot of players betting on it.
20 seconds until the game starts. Will Beasty be able to equalize this series? Will Beasty force a game number 7? Or will MarineLorD prove to still be the, not necessarily the top because this is the loser's bracket, but one of the strongest players out there? Only time will tell.
Jumping right into it, our game number 6 now in this best of 7. We're going deep into the series as MarineLorD is spawning in the color pink yet again, playing as the Mongols. Beasty moving out with his English villager early on in the game. Want to drop a dock. Here's the English color yellow.
And Uvu has been dropped. MarineLorD still onto the wood, so let's see when he gets his dock on up for himself.
Dock is coming up now.
And this is one where, I feel like Mongols here, they can just produce a few Keshiks to force the king away, and then just full invest into the trade boom if BC does go for the English 2TC play. Like, not a little bit, just like double down, drop another market, and just go.
Could be the play. Could be the play. Looks like... I'm not sure if he's going to be actually going for another dock. So far, we only got the first dock here for Beasty. MarineLorD still with 6 villagers on wood. Kind of makes me feel like he might be going for additional dock as well. I think 6 villagers on wood is just too many if you're just going to be making more fishing ships. Kind of feels like he's actually going to be going for more docks instead.
Yeah, BC up to 8 vills on the wood line now too, so it seems like he might be expanding out further, or can just save up that wood for 2TC later, although I feel like early on, you'd prioritize getting up a little bit quicker, sending 2 more villagers to wood. He's definitely going for more dock expansions here.
Yeah, so both players at the moment just wanting to expand onto the dock count.
And there's the second dock being dropped from Beasty now.
Just looking at where to drop that dock in order to not delete any of the shoreline fishing spots. Gets a good drop in. The question is, at the end of the day, who does this benefit the most? Because there is definitely an argument to be made about MarineLorD, since he did drop the Uvu first. Just getting a ton of stone in the bank behind all of this. So that once the feudal age comes around, he's going to be able to get a ton of double produced units out.
Yeah, exactly. If the prolonged Dark Age does favor the Mongols just a little bit, Khan also going ahead and focusing down this villager. If that villager stays out there too long, it does need to go on home sooner than later, and so that's exactly where Beasty, he's going to be limited on the 2 docks.
He's just hiding behind the wood line, also trying to just take down the sheep, yeah. He's being cute about that. Looks like MarineLorD's going for a 3rd dock as well. Is he still actively gathering wood? Is he sending out another villager in order to keep up with the dock play? He is.
Is it scout? Was that in the Khan range? I'm not so sure.
I don't think so.
MarineLorD does need to be careful. 1 or 2 more shots. Nope.
Vulture makes it out alive.
I mean, so this is just that extended Dark Age, and like you were saying, this does allow MarineLorD just to bank up so much stone right now.
Yeah, already a ton of it in the bank behind this. Both players still expanding onto the dock play. Third dock's coming up for both players.
Fourth dock coming in from MarineLorD. So this is not the typical quick 2TC English play that we see.
Yeah, it's a slow build-up at the moment here in this game. Yeah, I mean, as I mentioned, or as we mentioned, like with the additional stone that he has now, once that feudal age does eventually come in, just getting so many more units out on the field quickly means that MarineLorD's going to be in a better position to punish the dock expansion from Beasty than Beasty would be on his side. We have kings coming in now, though. Timing's a good bit better than what MarineLorD's got for him.
Yeah, MarineLorD does have a fourth dock on the way, though, so that's kind of the difference here so far in these builds. Should be able to drop the deer stones. That villager is moving out to the next pond for Beastie, so it's not, doesn't look like the 2TC play. It looks like the eco, just both players investing into fish, and let's see what goes from there.
You never know. Maybe he's still going to be going for that TC eventually. Maybe he now just
need to
pulls
watch out for the king.
20 villagers over to stone and fast drops the second TC.
MarineLorD did just circle around, scout out the stone, so sees that there is not a second TC coming down. Not sure if he is aware of the 2 extra docks that Beastie has dropped, but his villager moves over to Beastie's side and looks like he wants to, I'm not exactly sure if he's just going to hide that villager over there or if he's going to try to take the far side corner pond.
MarineLorD, this villager is going to start dropping... Yeah, nah. That would be weird because then he would need to actually drop a production building there as well. We do get a stable in for Beastie alongside the Abbey of Kings, but it looks like MarineLorDs might be dropping a dock over in one of Beastie's ponds just to get even more of an expansion going on that side.
Oh, grab too much berries. Grab too much berries.
Ooh, that's going to be a long walk back. Might get spotted out as well.
Stables drop.
That's an interesting one. I think the villager did get found out. Yeah, does get found out by the scout there from Beastie.
So Beastie will probably just send the king, send the horseman over that way, and try to start doing some denial there on his pond.
First all produce Kashik batch is there. Second one already in queue now as well. It's kind of crazy just how poorly normal horsemen trade against Kashiks. They do 9 damage, 3 of that gets blocked, an additional 3 of that gets healed back up with every Kashik attack. And the king's moving in.
Oh. Might not have had the room to dock there, actually, is the idea.
At least not without deleting some of the fish there, yeah. Kashiks doing some damage. This is always a fight that you can take up against a horseman. Just trade it out. You heal so much health there, just from hitting them.
That's 1-for-1 villagers. And this Khan might actually be able to grab another one here. Oh, horseman there, though.
Oh, does commit.
There it is!
Gets the kill in.
And the Keshik are not too far away. They're starting to burn down the dock. Khan should be able to stay alive. Yep, sure enough.
Maybe not.
Beastie's just going to micro... Oh, wow, never mind. Caster Curse. Beastie should be able to micro back the lower health horseman to be able to just heal up under that abbey, too.
King coming in for a little run by. Not able to get it. Will lose the scout for it.
All right, Doc getting burnt on down, and Beasty just now starting to produce the answer for those Keshiks, which are spears and a galley actually in queue as well. And that just means that MarineLorD goes, fine, you can have this pond. Maybe I'll just go burn your other pond. Same idea though coming from Beasty, and one fishing boat does get taken down.
Beasty on the other side though, not going for the fishing ship, instead taking down the entire dock with it. Already up to 11 Keshiks now. Beasty's starting to add in some spearmen as well.
Yeah, Keshik number very, very healthy.
And if they do take any damage here, as long as there's any docks to hit, they can always heal back up.
I think spearmen are getting pretty close to arriving at this dock, but as long as it gets set on fire... Oh, it's actually a couple more horsemen here. Engagement going on. The spearmen aren't too far away. I mean, 2 spearmen versus that many Keshiks, not the greatest fight even still, but that one Keshik that's low does get taken out. Dock does get put on fire. A villager will need to come out to heal that up, and in this type of a game, very scary for a villager to make that trek again.
It's gonna be a lot of walking to get there. Oh, Beasty not paying attention, losing a couple of horsemen there to the Keshiks. It's gonna have to evacuate. Couple spearmen in the mix as well, but it's just so many Keshiks now.
Yeah, 2 spearmen not going to be enough to make the difference here. A couple more Keshik arrive as well. A couple more spearmen getting closer.
Still just trickling in the spears.
Leaving the spearmen out alone. One Keshik almost taken down. After the fact. And a stepped redoubt's all the way on the way.
Asia follow-up here now. Good timing as he's still actively doing a lot of damage over on Beasty's side, and Beasty very far from his own age up. Looks like the villager made it in time though to repair the dock. Who's getting taken down?
One more set of double-produced Keshiks. There's 17 spears out, though. The question is does MarineLorD go ahead and make a swap into archers behind this, or does he just upgrade the Keshiks and send it once Castle Age hits?
I think probably just go for the upgrade. Needs to be careful. Upgrade on the Keshiks already in queue. Still takes a fight here before the spearmen connect. And be able to get out alive. Khan is now also upgraded, so is going to be doing at least a little bit more damage. Needs to be careful, doesn't want to get too many connections in with the spears. Arrow slits and placement comes in.
Good charge in on the horseman.
Good damage.
And Keshik upgrade almost finished out.
Separate out now, repositioned. It's going to be getting a good amount of gold in. Just using the army to buy himself a little bit more time. It looks like he's trying to go for his own age up. That's a lot of production buildings coming in here. I think Beasty's just trying to go for his own age up here. I don't think he's trying to hunker down on the feudal age play. Still only on 1 TC though.
MarineLorD just trying to deny some of that fishing. Also heals up these Keshiks, as we can see here.
Tries to get a demo ship in. Might be in time. No, just barely not in time.
White Tower queued on up. Horseman on the way, though.
Dropped in front of the base.
There's a few Keshiks here.
Villagers late to react. Villagers, no reaction. the majority of them out. Needs to pack up the Step Redoubt to get the rest out. MarineLorD just still non-stop Keshik production behind this. Wasn't even thinking about getting any other units out at this point in time. I think we might be seeing a transition, a follow-up transition though, into maybe like a fast Imperial Age now. He does still have a lot of the... No, actually, never mind. Archers coming in. But he's still getting a lot of food, and then 19 villagers on the Step Redoubt gold could enable that type of play.
Yeah, there's not too much gold left in that gold vein. Step Redoubt does obviously make it a little bit better there. Spears, though?
Not fully there. Still trades out positively against the Keshiks.
So many spears. MarineLorD needs multiple ranges and way more. I think he has 2. He needs way more than that to be able to stop this spear force that is headed over his way here.
Yeah, Keshik group still chasing after a horseman, after a king. Still only up to 4 at the moment. Veterancy now in queue as well.
MarineLorD's just done such a good job of making sure the fights all are happening on Beasty's side for the most part. Another dock gonna get put on fire here.
We'll get burned down.
Khan just slowly ticking away at some of these spears.
Out now on the second gold vein as well. I believe MarineLorD's also utilizing the market a little bit. In combination with the Step Redoubt. Let's have a market right next to it.
Fishing boats taken down for a little bit more healing. Another dock taken down. Crossbows being invested into by Beasty, so this is where that archer play is so devastating. Looks like there is a horseman mass that's circling towards MarineLorD's wood line though. Late reaction. Still a fine one though. There's enough Keshiks at home that should be able to just charge on into this.
So pick them up, make sure that there's not going to be a connection onto the villagers. Main Keshik group still just running around, killing the dogs. Definitely hurting Beasty's food income. We're up to almost 60 spearmen behind this. The archer count is rising.
32 Keshiks. There are, 22 archers, but it just doesn't feel like enough at this point in time. He's going to go ahead and take down the fishing boats too.
Supposed to be made as well. MarineLorD with a ton of gold in the bank.
Yeah,
Beasty has walled himself in. Yeah.
Relic denied there from MarineLorD. It's a 2 to almost 2 relic count. There's, I think, Beasty bringing 2 home as we speak. There's 1 in the bank.
So it could be a 3-2 for MarineLorD if he's able to get that one back.
Yeah, MarineLorD, he's about to go imp. 2,000 food, just a little bit more and he's there.
All the way in the corner. You see adding in a couple more farm clusters. Has a second TC now behind all of this. Outpost coming up inside of MarineLorD's base. Villagers jumping inside TC. Watching the raid.
Yep. Plenty of arrow fire to be able to deter those horsemen away. Should maybe
And Palace
only
coming
and the archers as well. So
he hasn't
those
seen it.
horsemen all fall.
Just barely didn't see the age up. MarineLorD still causing damage here, picking off some villagers.
Yep, 2 villagers picked off on that gold. Beasty needs to move forward to get some gold and doesn't have a safe spot anymore.
Behind this, Military Academy also coming in for MarineLorD, so we'll be getting that faster production speed from the Kaganet Palace as well. Sacred Side does get stopped on the capturing.
Horsemen gonna go for another circle, but this time we saw MarineLorD had another outpost next to his TC, so 2 outposts and TCs, plenty of spots for those villagers to jump inside, and plenty of vision that those provide.
Lead upgrade now coming in. Looks like the first unit that's coming in for MarineLorD is going to be double warrior monks. Sprinkler placement in on the outpost. So raids are going to be a little bit more difficult here.
And there we go, just as we mentioned, villagers on the wood line. There's still another outpost there. Not enough for all of them. Oh, there actually is. There ran over to the next one, but 1 villager does fall. Plenty of the horsemen are falling, though. The warrior monks are there. Villagers just need to run and get closer to that sprinkler placement.
So, Bruce Knights coming in for MarineLorD as well. So could also start thinking about capturing up those sacred sites and then going for a push together with the Roost Knights.
Beasty has now dropped a second TC on the back wood line.
Still going to be a while before that pays off.
Yes, it will be. Villagers able to escape the attempted horseman raid. Not too many horsemen left. Looks like men-at-arms now from Beasty to pair along with the spears. And MarineLorD just making sure that Beasty does not get any of that gold. Only gold trickle is coming from those 2 relics that he secured. Gonna start burning that wall. Beasty does not have a lot of ranged mass to be able to deter these units away from that burn.
Yeah, and there's a huge power now in queue as well. Is he trying to drop another keep next to the gold? So we'll start gathering from it again.
This does mean the backside economy, though. All these farms can start getting denied, start getting dove on too. Which, yeah, you might secure gold, but look at the rest of your economy. MarineLorD's ready to dive. Oh my, so much. Oh, I didn't even think about all the bounty he's going to get from burning these farms down. Archers needing to start kiting back out. He might have overstepped just a little bit. Instead, though, he just takes the fight, says, all right, I don't care about your spears.
I'm getting free military from the Kaganet anyways. Who needs Keshiks? It's gonna get out.
Kiting back the best he can with these archers. Crossbows still on the backside doing a little bit of damage. So was able to escape, and now look at how many spears are actually falling from these archers that are kiting away. Good brace initially by Beasty.
He's committing to a fight that he probably doesn't want to commit to. MarineLorD it is.
Spearman mass slowly being thinned out. The horseman, though, it's going to force the Keshik to turn back around and dive. Beasty mass
Keshik
gathering that gold. Reinforcements coming in for MarineLorD now.
Some palace guards up as well. For MarineLorD, not quite at the front line yet.
Spearman number, it's so thin now all of a sudden. 19 spears left. The Keshik, they're fine with taking this now. 14 spears. There's more Keshik than there are spears now.
30 to 70 military units. And shrinking rapidly. Now 23. This might be it. The other side, military also losing its numbers now with the Huey Power. Second Huey Power about to be coming in. Berkshire Palace actually getting dropped by Beasty.
That never feels good when you're forced on the Berkshire.
He's just committing.
He's just committing to the... He could just keep pushing past this even further if he wants. The Wee Wee Pal shooting from 8 screens over, though. Yeah, the Berkshire feels... Oh my god!
Just jumping inside.
MarineLorD taking a fight under
through.
Berkshire, under White Tower. It usually would say something you should never do, but when your opponent has 2 military units, it doesn't even matter. Idling out all of these farms, not allowing Beasty to get any gold. This looks like MarineLorD is closing this series down. It has been a long one, but this looks to be surely the end of it. Starting to get a bunch of bounty from these farms. Beasty
and GG
throws
comes in
the towel. GG comes in. What an exciting series, an exciting game number 6. MarineLorD able to take the W 4-2.
Yeah, MarineLorD able to win this set up against Beasty, meaning that he is going to be able to advance through the lower bracket and into the semifinals. He is going to be facing whoever loses between Vortex and Puppy Paw.
And I mean, that military value lead, it looks so scary, but not when your opponent, not when you have Imperial units and your opponent does not. And then MarineLorD was able to kite out those spears so well.
Yeah, the kiting the entire time throughout, just massing so many Keshiks as well, being very active with them, burning down those docks. And I feel like the second TC just came in a little bit too late for Beasty to really get the scaling going. Like, he didn't commit to the second TC, and he also wasn't able to keep the docks up in that last game. Granted, at the end, like, getting the Kaganet Palace in, that is just such a big value landmark in general.
Yeah, I mean, MarineLorD just did such a great job with keeping his Keshiks on the other side. It forced Beasty on his side of the map the whole time. While it seems scary having 40 spears to go against 20-something Keshiks, the spears can never close the gap. He just runs away, circles around, finds the next dock, does a little bit of damage, and keeps that dance and song going for quite a while. But man, what a series. It sounds like MarineLorD is ready for the interview, so let's jump on into that so we can get this long day finished on up.
What's up?
MarineLorD, congrats. Obviously was a exciting series, was a long one. I think all the talk will be about the first game. So what was going through your head during that China versus Delhi game?
I wasn't sure, like, it's a very hard meta right now. Everything is changing. Postcards a little bit nerfed, and like, basically, every matchup is a bit different from what we used to have. So if we used to play this matchup 2 months ago, I would know how to win for sure. But since you have a little bit less food, I'm not so sure anymore how to close out the game. But I believed I would hold Sacred Side very easily, and I didn't. So it was very hard.
Yeah, I mean, that was a crazy one. It was 67 minutes. And I mean, does winning a game like that give you a leg up on the series, you think? Or is it one where you're kind of also exhausted in the mindset too?
I mean, it's China against Delhi. So normally I should win pretty easily. So I guess technically he is the one with like, he should be relieved that it was that close, right? Because it's the hardest matchup for him, and everything else that is gonna come up is gonna be easier. And I don't know, like, I don't really get exhausted. I can play a few more hours. It's fine for me. So when it comes to exhaustion, I don't really care. I just play. I'm still fresh, I think.
And then talk about one of the games you lost. There was the Mali versus the Ubids. You went up. You had a nice castle timing. Went up with the industry wing, and it seemed like, you know, you might have the ability to mass that unit, but it's one that 20 cows, Mali, it's hard to stop. Did you feel like, you know, you had the ability to hold that push, or is that one that you felt like you maybe should have played it feud a little bit longer?
Yeah, I mean, it's one of those matchups again that, like, Ubids, this new style is different and it's very strong. So I was not sure if it could match Malians or not. So I just tried. but obviously it doesn't match it, and I just went for a terrible ID, kind of. Like I had no chance with what I did. I think that's not the easiest map for Ayubit. I think overall the draft went pretty... I think it went very good for me on hybrid, and it went very bad on land. So you had all the good land sieve, I think, and I had all the good hybrid sieve. So it gives for a lot of hard matchup like that. Like Ayubit's Malians. What else did I get? Abbasid Sengoku. But I was very confident about my water play. And since I won game 1, I was pretty confident I could win the 3 other water map, and then I won Abbasid, which was crazy.
Yeah, the Abbasid one was a great hold, a great victory there. But now going into the last map of the day, it was Frisian Marshes, well, potential last map. It was one. Did you expect a 2TC play like we've been seeing everybody do, or is it one that you kind of, you know, obviously you made sure to scout, but did you have a game plan going in to stop the 2TC?
Yeah, 2TC should be pretty bad in theory against Mongol. You just go mass dock, and whenever the king is coming out, you go back home with your villager and you go double trade, I guess. But when I saw that it was dock, I knew it would be a very unique game, and it would be mostly played on multitask. So I think it's Mongol favored, but it's pretty close. And I think this ID is way better than actually going 2TC, I think. It makes it way harder for me. But Mongol is very strong, and obviously, like, when you get Kaganat, it's very hard for English.
Yeah, I felt like even if a game 7 happened, you kind of mentioned you had the better civs set up for Kurlager, better civs set up for the hybrid. So very solid series there. And congrats on moving along. Who do you think is going to be the victor in the pre-grand finals over there? And who would you rather play going in the lower bracket final?
I mean, I don't really care who I play because no matter what, I want the trophy. I think... I'm not sure, like I feel like when I play against Vortex, I think I'm doing pretty good. And then against everyone else, he's destroying them. 3-0 Beasty, 3-0 Anatan. And he's doing very good right now. But I don't know, like, yeah, Vortex is a very unique guy. So I think he will win against people if they play. But I think it's pretty close. And Puppy is very strong, honestly, like, he's not full-time anymore. He's kinda like, not really full-time, but a little bit. And he's doing pretty good, honestly. That's very impressive, I think.
Well, there you go. Well, congrats again. I will go ahead and send you off on the long day we had playing and well, we had playing. You had playing and we had over here in the caster booth, and I believe we'll be sending a raid along to someone here in the stream and be able to relax and get some good sleep now after the long day.
Thanks. Bye bye. See you next week. Bye bye.